wrong
This
to right
is not a den of iniquity. I'm glad Fury isn't
I'm
alive
at your
to
service.
see his niece drag our good reputation straight through the guano.
There we go. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. How is everyone going? Thank you for pointing out that I was muted. Samurai, Miss Badger, Angry Phil, Shanti, how are you all going? Thank you all so much for popping in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're back again with some more Guild Wars 2 today, and in preparation for the upcoming World vs. World Rush, where we have a bunch of legendary crafting planned, we are also going to get this account ready and ready to craft another End of Dragons legendary. For that, we need to actually tick off a little bit more map comp. Oh, your Titans will give you bits. And yeah, what have you been up to, Miss Badger, that has rendered you so tired and sore? I hope you're able to get the rest and recovery that you need. Let's turn on... We're going to do test trails, map completion, and main trail. Want lanterns. Maybe it's into other. Let's go over here. Oh, and the weekly in a couple minutes. What is the weekly? Let's check. Oh, the weekly golem. Nice. So I'm sadly at work, but it is what it is. You work from home, so you can watch you while you deal with stuff. Well, I'm glad that you have the option to be able to work from home. That's fantastic. Okay. Now, because I'm in this map now, I might actually be able to see. Here we go. Lanterns, that's what I want. Yeah, let's start off in this map. Why is it not showing the actual trail? No, I don't need community LFG. Suffering, it's great to see you. Hope you're having a good Monday. Yeah, my Monday is going well. Hope yours is as well. Disable if using trail highlighting. Yeah, let's just leave that on. It worked out yesterday with some weights, and he'll be wanting to add some more because the adrenaline rush. Then went to bed at 1 AM, which doesn't help. Oh yeah, I can see why that might render you out of action for a bit, but I hope you're able to rest up, and it sounds like a solid workout. Hi, Addy. Actually go and deal with this one here. Why is my gazelle over there? That is really not helpful. That's like the least useful thing it could do. There we go. Let's go start off with some lantern rounds. We'll do it in this map first because we might end up with a meta event in this map as well, and that'll be very handy to get. Because we do still need a bunch more Imperial Favor, and this one is a very, very good source of it. Yeah, lantern runs in New Kaineng are always much quicker. That's asking for Raptors, let's do that. So yeah, it's commander tag popping off here. I might actually see in the LFG if that is actually the meta event we'll be doing. Oh, that's just fishing.
Thanks for the help.
That is fine.
Through the ministry, but they're completely tied up with the whole Kaineng restoration.
And yeah, we should be able to have enough Imperial Favor by the time the rush comes around, depending on how many metas we actually get done in the meantime. I have to see how much Imperial Favor I am also sitting on. Not Imperial Favor, how many Rift Essence? Not a lot. Okay, let's go deal with this. We're just getting absolutely slammed by elites here. actually got to clear out quite a few of these. And ow, the completely complimentary map completion century. How are you going now? Always good to see you. Just literally more of them are spawning. Alright, we will deal with every single one of you apparently. There we go. Cool. Now I can finally move on with my day.
Another body to clean up the mess.
So I guess I have lit that one now. It's fair, it's wonderful to see. How are you going? Is anyone excited for the balance patch and dungeon rush this week? Yes, I am very keen for that. Be good to see if I can get some of the dungeon rush achievements done amongst everything else that we tend to do. A balance patch I'm super keen for. Waypoint in, how are you going as well? Wonderful to see you again. It is great to be back today. It's always a good day when I get to play some Guild Wars 2 with everyone. Yes, Finley, start your Eye of the North journey this morning. Nice, that's fantastic. And how is Guild Wars 1 treating you so far? Might even just kill this one whilst we wait. Yeah. Very nice. Just gonna keep gathering these. It's possible to share how you get to do this We Hype thing as a content creator. Is there some requirement for it? I believe, well, this one that I'm part of was arranged by Aurene as part of being the Arena Partner Program. So that will be the main sort of thing. Hey, Ape Junk, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you may also know me from my YouTube channel, where I do a bunch of different Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up? Everyone go check out the wonderful Ape Junk over on Twitch. How are you going? Great to see you. And Sven stumbling around the map made friends with a Siege Devourer you can mount and decapitate or decimate the Char forces. Very nice. And Faye, welcome in. How are you going? And Ape Junk, what's up? What did you guys get up to today? I hope you had a good one. You got an ad for Douglas Conquer. Perfect. That's a very well targeted ad. And Will, great to see you. And glad to hear you guys are doing well. Right now we are ticking off some End of Dragons map completions because we have many End of Dragons Legendaries to craft and we're actually short of these. And when the rush for World vs. World comes around next week, the plan is going to be to do it across 3 accounts and craft 6 Legendaries. There's a lot of prep going in. Oh, key farm World vs. World with friends. Oh, nice. Do the keys reward you with anything good? I was trying to do somewhat of a bit of a key farm, or mostly tacking on key farming to my Porteria map completion the other week, and yeah, I did not get anything good, really. I got a skin that was worth like 20 gold, but that was about it. I got really excited when I saw, you know, the uncommon slot pop up. Then I was disappointed when it wasn't anything good. I've been enjoying a lot of Power Untamed lately. That's been really fun. The 6 legendaries can learn this a lot. Yeah, we're trying to get all the End of Dragons legendaries done. But yeah, I think it's going to be probably, I think it'll be 3 End of Dragons legendaries done as part of this stint. I'm going to be crafting 3 Generation 1s to sell to fund the rest. It's a vicious legendary crafting circle. Okay, they had fun rolling you in World vs. World. I joined Junk to stop them. Oh, sounds exceptional. It's focused on personal, love to hear it. Well, those blue arrows, that is Blish HUD, which I've got a guide on how to install there. Showing me the most efficient way to do lantern runs, also map completion, many other things. But yes, just showing me the route to get everything. Whoop, and I hit that. Dang. I'll see if there's actually a meta in. If there isn't, then that's fine. Let's start a meta. That's right, we'll focus on our map completion now. I can always do a meta train later, maybe. Oh no. Gotta get back up there to get back on the trail. Now back during EOD, you can make one Gen 3 weapon seller and use that to fund more Gen 3s. You can basically do the same. They're among the most profitable legendaries to sell because they generally sell for over 2k gold, which is about the highest you can get short of... Oh. Which is the highest short of Ancora. So it's still very, very profitable to do. The main reason I'm crafting Gen 1s is because on my other accounts it means I don't have to farm up Imperial Favor. And let's place a marker here. /P. Sure. We can offer our assistance. Someone wants help with a particular boss. I would just say, lead the way. Oh, is it this one?
Feeling ill. 6 feet tall.
Where'd it go?
I'm nigh invincible. Nature defends me. Heal as one.
Have to try and kill this one. That's actually Mirage.
Purify camphor, we need to cut out the corruption. Maybe I'll stop. Stop us all.
Where are you? Where are you, friend? Big CC.
Intrigue. Set them up. Soften them up. Such synergy.
There we go. Job done. We'll say you're welcome. Okay. Cool, now we'll go follow our path. Lazy Ellie, welcome in. Great to see you. And Maddie going, how are you going as well? And Sven, you sold the permacrafting station last month and bought Ancora? Hell yeah. Great choice. Let's grab this jade battery as well. Oh, I'm literally holding the maximum amount. That is fine. Let's pop that down there. It doesn't look like a meta's going, which is fine. Did I do that Jade Lantern? It looks like I did. Let's kill these here. Okay, there we go. I think I've done that lantern. Who knows? It's a little bit hard to tell when the overlay's on top of them sometimes, but it's fine. I think we have 9 Gen 3 Legendaries left before we craft them all. So we should get at least another 3 of them done. Or at least have the capacity to do another 3. It's going to farm much more Imperial Favor. Kill many of these. Oh, that's not a Spirit Shard. Need many more of those, actually. Spirit Shards are unironically the biggest gate in terms of crafting Legendaries for me.
Set them up for the camp.
Ah, yours is Clover's. Ah, I gotcha. See, at least those are still impacted by spirit shards as well. I mean, Clover's can be a massive pain. I got to actually buy some more of the weekly ones. Go report to our waypoint. Interesting, yours gold. Yeah, gold and spirit shards / mystic clovers always just end up being the biggest gates for people. For me, fortunately, because we've gotten fairly decent at making gold quite quickly, but there's just a sort of hard limit to how many spirit shards I can get. Did I ever make Envoy Legendaries? If you mean the Raid Legendary Armor, yes, I have made 5 sets of it in my time. Procrastination, not very good one as well. But yes, I have made many Envoy Legendaries. Yeah, I made 3 sets on my original account. I made 2 sets on this account. And Proposh, welcome. Is it true that you're a Revenant main? Yes, I am. If so, got any advice on leveling one? What worked for you? Great question. Generally, if you're leveling Revenant, just run power. Just run power, Shiro Jealous, run 2 swords, maybe a staff or a hammer on. Swap hammer's actually quite fun now. I quite enjoy it. And then, yeah, you'll sort of just blast through everything, and it will be nice. And then after that, once you've reached level 80, just keep a set of Berserker's gear. Berserker should be the first set of gear you get on Revenant, because then you can roll straight into Quickness Herald, which is insanely easy to play and also very, very effective for all areas of open world. Very durable, very easy access to quickness for both yourself and the group. It's a really, really good one. But while leveling, I'd run Sword, run Shiro Jealous as your legends. Malix can be okay too for the group. For the Malix Leap if you want to actually group mobs up. But I'd lean towards Shiro Jealous just because the damage is going to be better. Run 2 swords. And then yeah, for trait lines I'd run Devastation, Invocation, and Retribution. That would be your good sort of power-focused Revenant. Which Revenant spec can take a legendary bounty? Literally all of them can. Revenant's one that makes very, very good use of celestial gear. But yeah, literally all of them can be used to solo legendary bounties. And yeah, how are you going, PK? It's wonderful to see you. But yeah, if you're running a Celestial Condi Revenant build, yeah, all of them can do it. I'd probably wager even Core could do it. Let's load up on these. Oh, I should also actually eat that. Now, maybe I might kill this mob. Okay, so where is the other mob? I'll just place a marker here so I don't get lost. Oh, it failed anyway. That is fine. We're just focusing on the lanterns anyway. Shift B. I can hide the boon table. Don't need to see that.
Due to an inability to restore order in certain city sectors, various transportation
Are doing well. You have to clean up code from your colleague fully generated from AI and went on vacation. Oof, that sounds like hell. Hopefully that's not too onerous, but yeah, that sounds like a giant pain. Oh good, this also recharges my batteries. A lantern and not a charging station, actually. I don't think we actually need to interact with it, so I won't. I might actually be able to just avoid that. Oh yeah, I'm actually going to have to kill all these, I think. This one. Worst part is an API consumer for an API that you built. Instead of asking about it or checking documentation, I've let AI hallucinate how it works. Oof. Well, my work condolences then. That sounds absolutely horrible. Are you finishing the Crystalline Heart raid achievements? Got all them except for Can. Unlucky death right at the end when you complete the boss. Is it true you can only do Can once a week if you complete it on accident while trying for the Jade Heart? Also, when you get the achievement, do you have to do all the other bosses on the tree at the end, or can you skip? You will be able to go and do Can again. You'll just need someone else to... You should actually be able to reopen the instance, I think. You can just like select the boss from the raid menu. If you can't do that, then you need someone else who hasn't cleared it to do it. But I'd wager actually with the new system, you can just keep redoing it over and over again. So that should be fine. In terms of doing the other bosses, you could probably just do Deimos and skip the rest, I would think. Oh, why Axe instead of Hammer for solo Untamed? I think it's mostly for the ranged and the burst damage. Hammer would be a totally viable option as well, though. Obviously, a lot of weapons on this build would be. It's a very wide range that you can use. This is really just what the guide suggested, but I think it's more so for the access to ranged. Yeah, the Axe ambush is really, really good. And Protoss, you feel like you have no idea what to do on the new map after getting all the relics and new armor skins, and no, you're not going for that legendary. I mean, in that case, like, you may have just kind of done everything that there is for you to do for the time being. I don't think there's any shame in that. Staff ambush is really, really fun. And yeah, I don't think, if you like got all the achievements, got everything you need out of the map, there wasn't a huge amount left to do in it, which means you can kind of just move on to other maps from there, I think. If you had enough gold, would you buy the permanent bank access or permanent crafting station? Personally, I would buy the permanent bank access. I did just that, actually. I farmed up enough gold and saved it from crafting legendaries, and then I bought the permanent bank access. One, because it's cheaper than the crafting station, but also it's one that I think doesn't have a cooldown on how many times you can open it, which is very, very handy. I think the... Where's this one want us to go, actually? A little bit hard to tell. I think it probably wants us to go here. Thank you so much, Jess. Just absolutely wonderful. Has made us chicken wraps. Thank you, Jess. I really appreciate that. Oh, hi, Addie. What's up? There she is. Addie says hello. Chicken wraps, absolutely incredible. And he's been out on a really good few walks for the last few days, so she's been very overstimulated, so she's quite happy to be home and chilling now. She says if dropping any of that food on the floor would be a tragedy. Oh no. She'd never recover from that. All the chicken and cheese on the floor. We have already paid the cheese tax to Addie. She had some cheese earlier today in her breakfast. So if she says to you, or makes it appear as though she hasn't been fed, she is lying to you. Keep an eye for any extra batteries. I can just streamline this a bit. More the same way, makes you think she might have some lavender. Yeah, but they have that gene where they're just never actually satiated there. They're always hungry, can always eat. I'll just kill this because it gives us a little bit extra Imperial favor. There we go. The demons have that gene too. There's a little bit of that gene in all of us. It's like whenever you say you're full, but you always have room for dessert. It's a separate dessert stomach. Have to do that trick. Oh, no, that did not work. There we go. Because I've seen all the different kinds of food we eat, using the ideas and different things. Thanks, Jess, for doing this. Yes, thank you so much, Jess. This is absolutely delicious. I actually just make a bit of a segue and just grab this one here. It's got to stay a little bit on top of it. Oh, molten fudge cake with vanilla ice cream on top. We actually had something super similar to that. It was last week. We picked up, yeah, it was a chocolate lava cake, and yeah, we put butterscotch ice cream on top. That was really, really good. Remember seeing an experiment done where 2 groups of 30 people ate the same meal, 1 group of 30 was blindfolded, and the difference was pretty astonishing. Ah, what was the outcome from that?
Come one, come all. Come one, come all. Experience innovation, technology, and the smoothest
The majority who were not blindfolded, they ate everything on the plate. That's real interesting. Okay, so I take it the people who were blindfolded just ate until they were satiated and full. The people who saw it, then yeah, they just went, okay, I guess we got to eat it all. That's interesting. I think it's also is very much a lot of conditioning in that as well. I mean, how many people were raised by a family to be like, okay, you have to finish everything on your plate, irrespective of how full you were? I feel like that was a very normal experience. Yeah, you cannot leave the table till you finish your plate. Oh, yeah, had that exact same conversation. People had different reactions to the same smell, depending if they were told it was beer or cheese. If it's cheese, it's instantly good. Makes perfect sense. And we're good to go on Sai Tung as well. Are we missing one? Dang. What is the achievement even called? Oh, light the streets. North substation. Okay. Guild Wars 2 North substation. Lantern. Where does that one sit? It's actually quite close to the waypoint, which is good. That kind of puts it... Oh, it's right there. Yeah, I missed that one. Great dude, welcome in. I'm on EU right now, so I won't be able to pop over to NA though. But thank you for asking. Jade Lantern. Yep, I just straight up ran past that one, I take it. There we go. Yeah, it's actually worth a bit. A little bit at least, okay. And we can head on into Sai Tung. Marvin, welcome in. Do you have a video on how to set up Blish HUD? I do, actually. If you check out my YouTube channel, there's a Blish HUD setup video there. And yeah, the big tip for figuring out which one to do. When you first load up marker packs, it will have everything turned on by default. You can control click and it will turn everything off except the one you click. So say, if I like turn literally all of these on, and if I just press that, control click it, there, it's turned everything else off. That's one way to, or a very important way to just trim the amount of things it's actually showing you. Or else, yeah, it is way too many. But nice. Before we start up this, I'm going to take a quick break to go stretch my legs. Also, make sure everyone you enter the WeHype giveaway. Just click on the link there. Work your way through the prompts, you go into the draw to win any of the giveaways that we have. The Shorty, welcome in, great to see you. Awesome, I'm going to stretch my legs, see everyone in a bit, sit tight. Today, we're talking about how to set up the perfect keybinds in Guild Wars 2. Customizing your keybinds in Guild Wars 2 is one of the best things you can do to make your gameplay smoother, more fluid, and more fun. The easier and faster that you can mash your buttons, the better time you're going to have. But Guild Wars 2 has a lot of skills you need to press, and honestly, the default keybinds when you first start the game are not fantastic. And speaking from experience, it's overwhelming not knowing where to start. Don't worry though, today I'm going to walk you through exactly how you should customize your keybinds, show you how I've set mine up, and leave you with a recommended set of keybinds if you're starting completely from scratch. Let's dive in. When you first boot up Guild Wars 2, your skills are going to be set from 1 to 0 on your number keys. Combine this with the fact that you move your character with WASD, there's no chance in hell you're pressing all your skills without having to move your hand, especially if you have tiny baby hands like me. One of the keys to getting good at Guild Wars 2, and all in all just making it more fun, is always being in control of your character. You always need to be ready to dodge in any direction. You need to move out of damaging AoEs, you need to chase after your target so you can keep attacking. Every moment you're not in full control of your character, you increase your chance of dying. Even if you're not moving your hand over to the far corners of of your keyboard, you may end up just manually clicking your skills and dragging the ground target wherever you need it to go. This is slower, less accurate, and way harder to actually pull off. With a few simple changes, we can completely transform these default keybinds from being nearly unusable to being perfect in every way. We won't even need to touch a fancy MMO mouse. If you press F11 to bring up your in-game options, go to the controls menu on the left-hand side, and voila! We can now customize our keybinds. Here we can simply select the action we want to rebind, press whichever key we want to swap it to, and we're good to go. Now to do some actual rebinding. First up, having weapon skills on the 1 to 5 keys isn't actually too bad. They're right above WASD, well within reach. Outstanding. Utility skills are another matter though. Unless you've got Andre hands, you aren't pressing the 6 through 0 keys without moving your hand. Now I recommend taking your utility skills and rebinding them to Q, E, R, F, and C. This means they'll be right next to your movement keys, and now you have much easier access to your skills, and it is a drastic improvement. This still leaves us with our profession skills, which are still a bit of a problem being on our function keys. To make this much easier, what we're going to do is either assign the Shift or Control button plus Q, E, R, F, and C. This makes it so you can simply press the Shift or Control button and Q, E, R, F, C, and you get to have access to every single one of your profession skills. Being able to use Shift or Control to add to any of our keybinds does open up a ton of options for you. With this, everything is still centered around your movement skills. We don't need to move our hands at all, and we retain perfect control of our character. This is just a suggestion though, so tinker with it to your heart's content, but I think it's a very good suggestion for everyone to start with, and it does not need a fancy MMO mouse to make this work. Now, keybinds are an incredibly personal thing, and everyone is going to have something different that works for them. For me personally, I use the Razer Naga, which has 12 buttons on the side, which I can use for different skills. This means my keybinds are super specific to me, but I'll give you a rundown of what I use if you're curious. I have my auto attack assigned to the 6 button because this is where my thumb naturally rests. For some reason, everyone seems shocked that I have my dodge button bound to 1. It might have something to do with my first profession skill being moved from F1 to Shift and 1, but there's no way to know for sure. Either way, having dodge bound to 1 is a very short movement for my thumb, and I always know where it is. I have the remainder of my weapon skills assigned from 2 to 5, and the rest of the buttons I find rather difficult for my thumb to access really easily, so here I'll assign some of the lesser used things, like my dismount button on 7, I have my special action key assigned to 11, my interact button on 8, I don't think I have anything on 9, and I have about face assigned to 12 if I ever need to turn my camera around quickly. Like I mentioned before, I have my utility skills assigned to Q, E, R, F, and C, and I have my profession skills bound to Shift 1 through 5. This is reasonably similar to what I suggested before, just with all my weapon skills mostly shifted over to my right hand instead of it being on my left. I have a link to the Razer Naga I use in the description below if you are curious. Having extra buttons at your disposal does open up a whole host of other options for you to assign your keybinds, and you can truly customize it to your heart's content. I definitely recommend an MMO mouse for the sheer number of extra buttons, but you can get by without it at the end of the day. Now that our keybinds are drastically improved, it would be irresponsible of me to leave you without mentioning some of the most important settings that you should change. These will directly impact how you control your character and make the game so much more user-friendly. First, go to the ground targeting section in the options and set it to fast with range indicator. This, in my opinion, is the best of the three. Normal means you first press a button to bring up your ground targeted AoE, and then you need to press it again to actually use the skill. 2 clicks for one skill is a travesty. Instant means your skill will instantly cast wherever you have your mouse located. Very fast, but quite hard to aim. Fast with range indicator will make it so that when you press and hold your button, you can see where the skill will land, and when you release it, it will cast. This gives you the best of both worlds by being able to see where your skill will land and tweak it if needed, while only still needing one button press. Turn melee attack assist off. Having this turned on means you won't be able to walk through enemies, which is incredibly annoying, and means you can't move freely in combat. Movement is the most important thing in Guild Wars 2's combat, so anything that gets in the way is a bad idea. Turn it off so you can leisurely stroll through enemies as you wish. Turn off double tap to evade. Always bind your dodge to a specific key. It's one of your most important skills, and having to double tap a movement key to use it is clunky. Make sure whatever you bind dodge to is easily accessible. Next, we'll turn off auto targeting. There are a lot of times where you'll want to use a movement skill without having an enemy targeted to move around faster. This is especially true in World vs World and PvP, but it's also super useful in PvE. If you have this on, whenever you use a skill, it will force you to target a nearby enemy. Not great if you want to use a movement skill to run away from an enemy. Turn on lock ground target at max range. This makes it so you can't aim a targeted skill beyond its max range, only to have it fail to cast. This makes it super easy to fling a ground target at max range and easily see how far you can throw it. it. So there we have it. That is everything you need to customize your keybinds until your heart's content. The default keybinds in Guild Wars 2 are not fantastic and are going to leave you scrambling trying to reach your most important skills. So take the time, customize your skills to suit whatever it is you need and what is most comfortable to you, and I promise you're going to have a much better time playing Guild Wars 2. Combat is going to be easier, movement's going to be more fluid, and overall you are going to have more fun. I'm curious, so let us know in the comments below, what are your keybinds in Guild Wars 2? I always love to see what other people are using for their keybinds. And with that, I'll catch you all next time. Cheers. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, let's dive back on in. Got another lantern run to take care of in this map. Good, I've still got 2 charges left. So follow path number 1. Up we go. And then we'll griffin it from here. That's good. We've already done the lantern from doing the meta event from this. Did that a few weeks ago, I think. And for New Kaineng, Ekvald Wilds, that one it's always, I think, more efficient just to do regular map completion. As the Aspenwood meta event isn't done particularly frequently. I love the vibes in Saitan Province. It was incredibly soothing. I think this one I actually missed on one of my previous runs, so let's try it. This one's picking fights. Overly eager. Should we actually... Well, we've got 2 charges, cool, so we can get inside the building.
An absolute nightmare. Barricades, security mechs everywhere.
Oh, you've been playing Longbow Untamed Pound of Balance channel. Yeah, nice. I've played that very same build. That's very, very fun to play. Gee, just constantly spamming rapid fire. It's a very, very fun one. Up we get. Have to probably just kill this thing here. Cool, fully loaded up. Let's go. Make sure we actually light them and I don't miss one this time.
So you've never been to the
Surprised amount of lanterns in this map. There's 56 compared to 43 in New Kaineng.
I made him tell a few twice in a row.
Let's wait for it. There we go. Cool. That one's done. So now we follow path number 2 from here. Which is out this way. Oop. Missed the stairs.
Please take a number from the jar and you will...
This was a very funny story mission. You're basically sitting in the Canthan equivalent of the DMV, or Australians, or South Australians in particular, Service SA. holding the maximum amount. Oh, we get to the fun Springer into Griffin trick here. Perfect. We've got 2 more charges. Surprised that didn't dismount us there. Let's see if we can blitz this hero point while we're here. So we got 1 more charge. It's good. At least it directs us to the batteries we need to stay topped up. Love the gliding booster. If you ever do a map completion, having the gliding booster in your Jade bot is fantastic. Gonna have to clear these. There we go. In general, always start with your pet unleash, because then it means you can instantly swap back to Ranger unleash and unleash an ambush skill. Yeah, so here we're going to have to kill a bunch. Skill, another one out here. Oh, let's get a few jade slivers there. We can convert those into a little bit more Imperial favor. So we'll just keep taking that food, I think. Rage Spirit, yeah, let's just delete that. Just it's a free event.
Who are you and why the ruse? I'm not telling you anything.
Threaten my life
But we don't actually have to do the harp for this one. It's much fishing. Airborne, welcome in. How are you going? Did that actually hit? Oh, still actually does count. Yep, going to kill many of these nagas here.
Feeling ill? Time to let loose! I'm nigh invincible.
Oh, done legendary armor raid achievement. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Now time to work on legendary relic. Brilliant. That is incredible to hear. I'm going very well. It's been a nice day here so far, and we are just blasting out some EOD map completions or lantern runs, depending on the map. Because, yeah, we are getting close to being able to craft another one.
I knew it would be tough to get to this place. But, well, it's a lot. Thinking about the past. Losing ancestors.
Quarantine, welcome in. How are you going? It's great to have you here. Doing charges, I've got one more. Okay, we're just under halfway done with lanterns in this map. Okay, so now I definitely need one more charge. Which good thing the path has provided. I might even just Sky Scout here. I don't trust my roller beetle abilities to not break that. Some very detailed statues there. That's cool. It's shockingly expensive to the Mystic Facets. Oh, it is. Yeah, that's why I always recommend the Relic be one of the last legendaries you craft. Maybe it's just for legendary weapons. Everything else before is like the second to last thing in terms of priority, just for quality of life. Griffin out this way. Oh, you got all 3 armor sets done, all trinkets done, and you have all weapons for your builds. Oh yeah, you're well and truly at the point where you can be focusing on the relic then. That makes sense. There's such a good job versing the Dragons map. No, there's no point rollerblading there. I'm just going to fire myself straight off the edge. Mini will actually equip. It's been a while since I've looked at them. That's literally bigger than my character. Okay, more minis than I expected, honestly. What's that? This blue mystical orb. Oh, you get the mini Eye of Janth here. Always loved the White Mantle lore. We missed that. It's been very on point with the amount of charges we need. Dodge. Let's try not aggro any of the mobs by dashing through them on Warclaw. This one we may actually need to clear out a bunch. But they just keep on coming. Yeah, make sure we don't miss that Jade Lantern. That almost blended into the background for me.
Giant tuna was caught fresh this morning.
My daughter will be thrilled. Your tuna's her favorite.
And back here as soon as it's ready. The two's up this way. Here's hoping we do not miss a single lantern. Although given my record with map completion, that is unlikely. Talik, thank you for the follow. If I could just get up these stairs. What legendary are you farming for? We are working on all of the Generation 3 legendaries. So I've got about 9 of them left. I think I might craft... I didn't beat the shield on this account. Or it could be the rifle. I'll have to actually take a look at what I utilise the most. But I'm working on getting them all done. With the upcoming World Best World Rush, I'm teeing things up So I can do the rush on 3 accounts, get at least 6 gifts of battle, and do a mixture of Gen 3s and Gen 1s to sell/keep. It's a whole legendary sort of crafting situation we've got going on. But just know that I have many more Gen 3, well, not many more, quite a lot more Gen 3s that I need to get, so doing this just serves that goal. As part of that, we need to at least tick off End of Dragon's map comp for every single one. I've been really enjoying some Power Untamed lately. And I will need to find another character to do map completion in Equivar Wilds on. Yeah, 3 pieces of obsidian working on map comp for Gen 1. That's a good amount of work. Oh, it is, yeah. And yeah, how is map comp going?
6 feet tall. Soften them up. Come here. Ow. Wear them down.
Nice. First time doing it, so just taking it easy. That's a good plan. Yeah, once you do more and more of them, then you can focus on speeding them up. Just the other week, because I'm crafting 2 Gen 1 Legendaries on account number 3. Actually, no, it's account number 2 is doing that. Account 3 is doing 1 Gen 1 and a Gen 3 to send back. But yeah, I had to do another Quarterian map comp, and that was our 18th one total. So by that point, we are just entirely focused on how quick I can do them.
My allergies don't get better. I could always trade you in for a jade mech buffalo. I'm kidding.
Okay, so now I've got to go hit up this one. Let's go find another battery, because it might be a little bit out of order now. Also doing it with Untamed, she's Carnivore Sword Warhorn, to go for the Pirate Queen. Oh yeah, nice. I think I'm running... Oh, I thought my game's about to crash. I think I'm running Carnivore... Is it Carnivore? There it is. Yeah, I'm also running Carnivore. Very, very nice open world. Are you going to do the EOD meta train at XX30? Potentially. If I can find it in the LFG, then yes. Because I need to do a bunch of EOD meta events for more Imperial favors. Where are we at? Yeah, I need another 1500 to be able to do my Legendary, because I'll just buy the Precursor. Cuts out a bunch of Spirit Shards, and also Imperial favor. Francis, welcome in. I've been going very well, how about you? A Relic of Atrocity really juices up Carnivore. Oh yeah, because it's all lifesteal, isn't it? But we are also running Relic of the Midnight King for extra boon generation. But yeah, I could see how that would really juice it up. I remember running Relic of Atrocity on Lifesteal Power Renegade. That was good fun. Okay, going to like clear everything out here. I think when you calculate it, boosts the damage by 850 and the lifesteal by 800. Damn, yeah, that's good. I think we're okay now. I need another charge. What's angering me here? Yeah, what actually is? It might actually be this event. 8th by cannon, yeah. I'm also using it on a Soul Beast with the Soul Beast trait that gives you poison, or gives you lifestyle poison. That's very cool. Cool. Can I do this now? I don't know, I might go help out with this event, why not? It's here. Tips for Heart of Thorns masteries. Really just put on the filter in the achievement panel so you can see what achievements will give you various Heart of Thorns masteries. Heart of Thorns masteries get way, way easier when you do Living World Season 3. Living World Season 3 really amps up the amount of masteries you get. Oh, it'll be like Vulture Stance, won't it? Oh, of course, Jade Battery up here. I might just grab that. What's an easy way to get research notes? The way I tend to do it now is I'll just go to any crafter and I will just craft it's the peer-reviewed research or something. It's literally just a recipe that crafts research notes. And yeah, you need to do a bunch of adventures as well for mastery points for Heart of Thorns. But that's how I get them now, just because the recipe is so easy, and it's actually a relatively cost-effective way to do it as well. It's not necessarily the cheapest way, but it's very, very quick, to the point where the minuscule extra cost, I think, doesn't matter. Literally, any crafter, you can just type in peer-reviewed research. It's how you're always wondering why there's so many Jade batteries around. Yep, this is one of the reasons. But also, yeah, there's lots of, like, offensive and defensive buff stations around these maps. They want you to be able to interact with them. XO, are you excited for Renegade changes? I very much am, yes. Yeah, support Renegade gains some love, and I'm also really excited to see changes just regular DPS Renegade, because maybe we are less reliant on the trait Charge Miss to make the build actually work, which I'm super keen for. But yeah, Renegade is coming off really well in this upcoming patch. Okay, I got 2 more. 1 more after this. Yes, looks like I didn't miss one. Up we get. Oh, what's this guy?
It's nice to see you.
Didn't know this guy was here. That doesn't matter. Up we get. Yep. It's funny seeing you as a Rev main play Ranger when you turned this Ranger man into a Rev player. Well, I am very glad. No, honestly, I enjoy basically all classes of Guild Wars 2. I'm definitely a Rev main, but my very first class in all of Guild Wars 2 was actually a Ranger back in the day. Is there an add-on for faction provisions? You can't find them. And even when you do, you want some resources that you don't have. You can check the wiki for them. They're just at fixed locations. But yeah, the ones that I would be doing... I'd go to Black Citadel. There's one in here. Anything with hammer you enjoy? Nice. Some of them are way better than others. This one in Black Citadel is really good. I don't need any, but I'll just buy some anyway. You can just buy 7 tokens for some obsidian shards, which is incredibly cheap. There's another really good one in Lion's Arch at this waypoint. Yeah, once you unlock any mounts, they are account bound, not just character bound. So much of what you do in Guild Wars 2 is account wide rather than character bound. Great thing about Guild Wars 2 in general. Buying the ones for the Mystic Forge Stones is good. And yeah, Alak, Condi DPS Druid, yep, keen for that as well. Then depending on what currencies you have... But yeah, don't buy all the Provisioners tokens. And yeah, you can also do the rare weapon exchanges as well. The wiki will tell you what weapons are good to do. There you go, if you have some extra reclaimed metal plates, it's another 7. But yeah, when I really needed a lot of Provisioners tokens quite quickly, then I crafted all the rare weapons that you actually need, or the cheapest ones anyway. Then I just load them up on characters and park them at the particular vendors. But that's a check the wiki kind of deal. There's another one here. Yeah, those will be the ones I'd kind of do from the outset. Yeah, let's go do this while we're here. If we even can. Yeah, we might not be able to, unless I go west. West usually always needs a bit more love. Yep. You're playing on Linux, right? Yes, right now I am. I've been for the last few weeks, and a few months before that. I'm on Fedora right now, and that's been very nice. Good contribution, just coming in hot at the end. Do a video on how to set up Arc DPS and Blish Hut on it. Not a video, but the Nexus, which you can install Arc DPS through, trivially easy. You will literally just open wherever your Guild Wars 2 installation is and just drag the DLL file in that you download from the Raid Core website. And for a Blish HUD, let's see if that can work. Whoop, dodge. There we go. There's a link to basically the way to set up Blish HUD on there. There's an alternative to Blish HUD called Timey HUD that you can always use. It runs entirely within Nexus, but I'm using Blish HUD right now. Yeah, Nexus Mod Manager just handles it all for you. Yeah, if you use the Nexus Mod Manager, yeah, the Nexus Add-on Manager from Raid Core, yeah, that will just do all of Arc DPS. And everything else that Nexus does anyway. That way it is like really, really easy. Different problem with Arc DPS recently didn't update thinking it caused crashes. Yeah, that will happen with Arc DPS, especially if you install it manually by itself. But if you install it through Nexus, they will basically disable it whenever there's a major update, and then you can re-enable it at your leisure once it's had an update.
Now this is a find.
Just figured we jump in and do this anyway, because yeah, the extra loot we get is good, and it's also very good for spirit shards. It was very good they asked us what provisioner vendors I like doing. Because yeah, as soon as you know, oh hey, I'm going to need provisioners tokens at some point in the future, just go around to those ones, especially the one in Black Citadel for Obsidian Shards. That one is very, very cheap. You can just buy 7 each week. And then if you do that well enough in advance, you won't need to grind them out.
This is fun. Invigorating.
I'm going to have to actually process my green gear soon. Oh, it would have changed the links on your gaming laptop of those bought specifically for Microsoft Flight Sim. And for it to work on Legion, you need the Steam version, not the Microsoft Store version. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, like, if you have something that just requires you to stay on Windows, yeah, just stay on Windows. The OS that you use should just serve whatever you're trying to do. That's why I have 2 drives in my PC, and then I just choose whichever I want to boot into every time I start up, either Linux or Windows.
Now, this is a fun. Infuriating.
Always an incredibly satisfying event to do.
Quite a reward.
Let's see if there is the Ender Dragon's meta event chain, because that will be very, very important for me to get done. Oh good, I actually do somehow have underwater skills equipped.
Quite a reward.
That's fun. Most of the time I forget. Your secondary work laptop is Linux Mint, and your main study worktop, which is older, is MacBook Air. Oh, nice, yeah, MacBook Air is very, very good. That's what I use for all my video editing. And I just installed Linux Mint as well the other day on our PC in our living room. That was on, it's an old, like 12, almost actually 14-year-old Office desktop I picked up off Facebook Marketplace, and yeah, that was on Windows 10, so of course that is no longer updated, and I've been meaning to install Linux on that, so I got around to doing that the other day. So we installed Linux Mint on that, and that has been a treat. I had a hard time getting Guild Wars going on a Linux Mint laptop. It kept running on, I kept running on the Intel graphics even after saving to force it on the 1660 Ti. Oh yeah, I can imagine that would be a pain. So I'm running an all AMD system right now, so running Linux on that is especially easy, but I know there's some intricacies depending on the distro you're on if you've got a video card. Hopefully you're able to get that done. I have Aurora on your main SSD and Bluefin on the other. Okay, nice. You love these stuff. You Blue does generally thinks what's needed for Linux to kick off. Okay, so what do you really like about it?
Hey, you okay there, friend?
Yeah, all of my distro hopping has entirely been around getting OBS working properly for my particular streaming setup and all the add-ons that I needed. Actually, I started off on Nobara, and that was really, really good for a while. But then I added in the Advanced Scene Switcher plugin, which very, very good. I use it to shuffle the Be Right Back videos that we have, all the YouTube videos that play, so I basically use it to shuffle those. That was working for a time. I had to find a particular version of that add-on to install on the native OBS version that ran on Nobara or came packaged on Nobara. Then one day that just broke because I accidentally, I updated the Advanced Scene Switcher plugin and then I couldn't roll it back because I didn't do a backup or something. It was like way too much of a hassle. So then after that I switched to... I stayed on Windows for a bit because I'm like, I will deal with this at some point. And then I switched back to Windows for a bit. Then I tried Kubuntu for a few days. But then Guild Wars 2 with Blish HUD just wouldn't run. Guild Wars 2 would run just fine normally, but when I tried and set up Blish HUD to work with it, it wouldn't do it. So I'm like, well, no, not fapping around with that, can't be bothered fixing that. Then I went to just base Fedora, which is what I'm on now. And then you eventually landed on finding the right version of OBS and tweaking things, so I use my wife's gaming PC to actually code the stream, which that runs Windows, so I've shifted basically how I organise my scenes and stuff so I could actually run the flat pack version of OBS for Fedora, and that was very, very nice. Because yeah, it was a combination of the OBS teleport plugin to send my OBS feed over to my wife's PC. I need the VLC media player plugin, which doesn't come included in the Flatpak version of OBS. Need the browser source plugin as well as the Advanced Scene Switcher plugin, and just the combination of all of those four just really wasn't nice to run. But we eventually landed on, you know, a combination of splitting things out, so a bunch of stuff is now run through my wife's computer rather than mine, and it simplifies my OBS setup on my actual PC here. So it all worked out, but that was actually the main cause of me bouncing around as much as I did. In Quarantine, you see everyone run around full Legendaries and you feel like you're not doing enough damage, healing, and support. But right now, Legendaries feel far away. Legendaries are very far away because they are inherently long-term goals. But the good news is Ascended Gear, which is a much more short-term goal, has exactly the same stats as Legendaries. It is just as strong as Legendaries. All Legendaries have is some extra quality of life in being able to swap the stats anytime out of combat and you change the look and stuff like that. If you have Ascended, you are on exactly the same power level. And Exotic Gear as well was only slightly behind Ascended / Legendary. Okay, so it's Atomic, then Bazite are triplets, if you will, with Aurora and KDE and Bluefin Gnome. Okay. So I do like the idea of an atomic distro, something that's much harder for people to break. I did test around a little bit in a virtual machine with Fedora Silverblue, just for tinkering, but yeah, right now I'm using Fedora with KDE.
Maybe we can, you know,
I said, leave too many computers, 2 work laptops and 2 gaming laptops. ROG Allies one of them. Nice, that's what happens when we live in 2 countries and get lazy carry stuff from one place from another. That is entirely fair enough.
We'll need siege weaponry to break through those shields and destroy the crystals.
okay.
That they just sort themselves is what you love. That is a very, very good selling point. It's what the overall majority of people want and need in a PC. Completely agree. The more user-friendly something is and the less tinkering someone has to do to get things to work, overall, the easier it's going to be for them to adopt them. Because yeah, like I'm happy to tinker around a little bit with things to get things working, but at a certain point, you know, I just kind of need things to work. And that's also why I do run Windows on my other hard drive as well, and I can just dual boot. Because that way, if anything breaks on one, I can just, within a few minutes, just put everyone here on my Be Right Back screen and swap over to my other PC and be back up and running. It's just nice having that redundancy, which I have had to use before. There was a time where my Windows graphics drivers just completely carked it and just did a forced restart of the entire PC. So I'm like, well, I'm not dealing with that now, we're going to boot into Linux. Then it was fine. And same deal ran to like an issue where the advanced scene switcher plugin stopped working, and because I didn't take a snapshot beforehand, I couldn't roll back. Silly me, I now do a snapshot before every update, which is overkill, but hey. When that broke, I'm like, okay, back to Windows for a bit until I can be bothered fixing it.
Never saw it coming.
Quite a reward.
Good, we're running enough experience boosters. I should actually have some utility as well. Yeah, let's do that.
Clear that first area and destroy the crystal. That's 2 shields down. Clear the area out.
The rest of you, target the last shield with the siege weapons.
Let's have some stability. Oh, that my stability got interrupted.
Just 2 more.
Okay, I'm gonna go and delete the salt spray. Do need all 3 sets of obsidian armor. You don't need them, but if you want to have, every weight class in Legendary, you will need 3 separate sets of armor. 1 Legendary light, 1 medium, 1 heavy. But again, like, you don't need all 3. Like, I myself got 2 sets of Legendary armor through raids on this account, and I did the medium set through Obsidian because I prefer the look of it. But it's not as though you can craft 1 piece or 1 set of Legendary armor and then be done. You need 1 for each weight class.
They do it out of charity. You've got supplies, and it's in range of harvest.
Return, my friend.
Hey, how's everyone else doing out there?
The Eager Gap is secure.
So is the Jade Brotherhood base.
And we've cleared the observatory. Aurene's here, and we can see the Harvest Temple.
I'm going to focus my prismatic energy at the barrier protecting Su Wong.
Hold up! We've got void popping up all around us.
Same here.
It's like they're creating a blockade between all
Which
of
one
us
is
and the Harvest
easier to
Temple.
craft?
Careful. It's corrupted.
For me, the raid armor is easier. Much lower overall time investment, I think, than the obsidian armor, and much less of a grind, because you don't have to grind out the rift essence. But it really just comes down to whatever game mode you enjoy. If you enjoy open world, do it there. If you enjoy world versus world, do it there. Raids, do it there. Don't force yourself to do legendary armor in a game mode you don't enjoy doing.
What could it do to you?
World versus world, in terms of difficulty, it's literally just spend a bunch of time in world versus world and you will eventually get it, provided you do the right collections and reward tracks and stuff like that. PvP as well, just compete in various seasons. and you'll get the currency needed to get it. But yeah, if you don't raid a lot, then the open world armor will be easier. If you do a lot of raids, then yeah, the raid armor will definitely be easier. So again, just focus on the game mode that you personally enjoy. They're all sort of a, I don't know, comparable level of effort and cost.
Excellent! I can feel the crystal's power growing. The void is focusing its energy. Attack it!
Attack my target.
Where's the boss? Well-Versed armor is easy, but not the best looking. I haven't taken a look at the Well-Versed armor myself in quite a long time. But I think the appearance of it just comes down to personal preference. Like, I really don't like the look of the raid medium armor personally, but I know other people really like it. Because I don't enjoy that. That was the main reason I crafted the open world legendary armor on this account. This badge of all Well-Versed armor. No, we just put out. It's open. Nice.
Why are you here? Don't you realize this barrier is protecting you?
Stability. There we go. Hello, thank you for the follow.
As she blasts through the barrier.
This is a find.
Nice, getting a bunch of those done.
We're about to get overrun, and if they destroy those crystals, all is lost.
We need those reinforcements.
In Quarantine, thanks for showing your keybinds a few days ago. It really helped, and they're able to play Tab Target easily. Wonderful to hear. That is great.
Can you and the others protect the magic contained within the crystals?
With our lives.
Good. I must fly to Logan, see what state they're in. It may already be too late.
I've got enough research notes in this account to craft my next legendary.
Defend the crystals. Buy Aurene as much time
I'm going to
as
have to
possible.
process maybe 100 of these just to make
Magic
room.
seeping
Oh,
out of the crystals.
Look out! More void creatures!
let's pop you down there. Light has this blue-purple haze, which makes dying it difficult. Worst thing is the time-gated skirmish tickets. Yeah, the skirmish tickets are like by far and away the biggest issue with World versus World armor. Soren, how's it going? Which one's he crafting next? I think it might be Aurene's rifle. Or pistol. Really, at this point, we're just closing out the ones I don't have, so the order doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, I think it will be the rifle or pistol. I've still got 9 left to go. I will actually, on this account, it'll probably be the rifle or pistol, but on account number 3, we'll craft the greatsword and send that back. So you either have good argument or good persuasion. Yeah, one or the other. Once we have both, though, all our problems will be solved. Which heavy set do you think looks the coolest? Personally, it's the raid armor for me. I love how the heavy armor looks. The obsidian one I think is really cool as well. All the obsidian ones tend to look at least decent in my opinion.
I can see Aurene. She's joining the battle.
That's void infested. So let's go deal with the destroyers, which... Where are they? They're out this way. There we go. It's a bit tidier now. I presume this one's fine now.
We filled the crystals, Commander, but they're still coming.
We're finished.
So, I brought some friends.
I'm good apart from some of the hottest days yet there. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're able to stay cool, and yeah, I'm glad you're at least doing well despite that.
With the void rapidly widening, we need to stop for now.
My pleasure.
And I'll get the blue bags in the inventory. These ones are just 18 slot bags, and you can just buy them off the trading post. Yeah, you can literally just buy them. They're a good sort of budget middle ground choice.
We did it.
Suwan's in pain. Come, we must save her from herself.
There's various ways to get higher slot bags, like 32 slot bags, but they are very expensive.
This is a find. Quick!
Much more efficient just to load up on actual bag slots.
What's left of Suwan?
And then once you max those out, well, one, you'll kind of have enough bag slots, you don't really need any more. But then you can start thinking about 32 slots after that.
She's close. Be ready.
I actually have another bag slot. Could use it on this character. Oh, I do. There we go. 8 slot. I'll buy another. What do we got here? 28, 28. Slot fractally stitched pouch. Yeah, we'll buy another 18 slotter. Yeah, WeHype sometimes has bag slots. Yeah, the last giveaway we did was a bag slot, actually. Been meaning to cut more firewood for winter. That's way too hot right now. You at least not really used to this kind of heat. So probably have to either wait till evening or pull through it. Oh, definitely, yeah. Avoid any physically strenuous activity, especially if you're not used to the temperature. Says, great to see you. How you been?
The landscape of shattered dreams and death. And all to me.
Zoshi, thank you for the follow. And train at the moment going home from Lapland. Oh, nice. How was your trip? It's very relaxing. That's great to hear. Barbarossa, welcome in. Great to see you. Going very, very well. We just managed to snag our way into an End of Dragons meta event train. Yeah, it's going very well. It's been oddly cold here in South Australia recently. They really want to get back home and play some Guild Wars 2 again. Excellent. Yeah, it looks like there's ample DPS to get this done. The Thorn Heart. We have to stay in this train until 10 PM, which is 10-ish hours. Wow, that's a long-ass train ride. Well, hopefully we can do a good job of keeping you company up until then. Or at least for part of that trip. That's a long trip. Nice watching a stream while farming wood for your Nevermore. Excellent! And how is the farming for Nevermore going? That's where Legendary is named after. So it's taking longer than you'd expect. Sweden is long. Ah, okay. Oh, get away from that. Try South New Zealand. Oh, I imagine it's probably quite cold there as well. Let's get back in here. What's considered cold the Oz? This kind of depends on where you are. I'd say broadly in South Australia where I am, if you're having days where it's 11-12 degrees Celsius, that would be considered quite cold. The tricky thing about Australia is that most of the homes are built to deal with the heat, but not necessarily the cold. It all feels different depending on where you are. Dodge in. Didn't do some very hard work. You're at the T4 of the journey. It feels like halfway. Ah, okay. Yeah, the Gen 2s, you're right, are a massive amount of work. Once I'm done with all of the Aurene Legendaries, I want to craft Hope, the Gen 2 pistol. It's my favourite of all the Legendaries. So yeah, I'll be joining you in that struggle soon. Apparently 3 degrees, yeah, it's very, very cold. Alright, let's bounce up. Doesn't look to be that many people on Commander's side, actually. dodge. Opposite issue in the UK, houses are built to retain heat, so recent hot weather hasn't been like I can absolutely imagine. Yeah, Jess and I definitely noticed that when we went to the UK as well. We were surprised at just how warm it was, despite what the forecast was. Just by, how different the houses and things were built. How do you feel about the Janthia Spear? I quite enjoy it. That's one I actually did go out of my way to craft. I think it's worth getting. It's cool that you get, I think it's 6 different skins with it. So that's fun. How about difficulty? It's not particularly difficult. Like, you're just going to have to be doing a bunch of stuff in the Janthia maps, but I didn't find it particularly onerous to craft, especially if you're just getting a bit of a routine of farming rifts and convergences for the essence. It's not actually that bad. Yeah, same in Sweden. AC is not a common thing for houses. You only get 1 or 2 3 weeks a year, or it's like living in hell. Yeah, the lack of aircon is definitely something that threw us from there as well. See, it's like the opposite here in Australia. Aircon is just the standard. Whereas depending on where you're living, insulation not necessarily standard, especially if you're living in an older place.
Run! She's about to snap at you!
I've mostly seen people be apprehensive about the convergences / wing 8 with the spear. That's fair, but yeah, with the convergences, just try and do 3 a week of the various convergences, because they give you a bunch of bonus essence. And then after you do the convergences, take that character that did them, buy yourself or craft yourself some motivations, depending on the type of Rift Essence you want to farm. It's most likely going to be the Tier 1 Rift Essence. And then just blast, some weekly rifts, because then with the buff you get from doing convergences and the motivations, you will start getting 55 to 60 of the rift essence instead of 5 or 10 per rift. So you start increasing the rate drastically. Verterac will be your next. Oh, nice, but Warhound's a bit meh on Necro. Yeah, unless you're a Heal Scourge, you're not really using it a lot. Oh no! No, I might even just die here. Oop. Success! I didn't die. Oh, you love doing conversions? Isn't a problem for you? Excellent, yeah. The Rift Essence is probably the trickiest part. It's the most significant part of it, I think. Other than that, it's just, a bit of a material sink, as all Legendaries are. I think you made the Janthia Spear more on a whim, and at most materials and money. I'd be surprised you just made it. Nice. And yeah, you need to do achievements and stuff for the new maps as well. Speaking of Heal Scourge, hope it won't be too much worse off with the shade changes. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Heal Scourge ends up. I mean, it already overcaps so much on Alacrity anyway, so I don't think the change is going to be a problem. Especially if they, add some extra Alac duration to compensate for it. The only Gen 2 craft on your self-found account is Shushidu. Cute legendary, that's fair enough. scared. Oh, well, that's worse because you should. I think you're underselling your skills. One problem you saw identified that's already been there before was might uptime. That's true, yeah. But yeah, I guess as long as the might uptime is reasonable, and might is usually covered by your other offensive support as well. But yeah, like, might uptime is a bit of a concern for Scourge. Just means you have to expect a little bit more might from your offensive support instead. Where is Suwon? It's tricky to actually target her. Yeah, Druid is eating very, very well with these changes. Deadeye as well, super keen to try that out in open world. This meta's going smoothly. Yeah, this one's going very, very smooth. There's really no risk of this one failing at this level, I think. Is patch tomorrow? Yes, it will be. Tomorrow for most other people. Wednesday for me. Always makes it a little bit tricky for me because, yeah, I'm in Australia, so the patch always lands something like 3:30 AM the next day, Australia time. So yeah, for most people it will be tomorrow. New Deadeye kiting for Dean 1, just porting. I'm in circles around him. I mean, yeah, actually. That'll be quite fun. Yeah, it's a balance patch. That is... balance patch and Dungeon Rush.
So, listen to me. Fight it. Set them up for me. Aurene.
Cool, we still had stability from that. Cool, actually, I'm gonna break the bar there. Cool, perfect timing. And so excited for the Druid changes. Yes, that's very exciting changes. because like Druid's always been just a really good solid healer. So getting a bit of love is going to be really nice. And we're getting a really good spot. Oh, we got the CC. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the level of CC that Druid gets access to. Or stability that it gets access to. CC has always been amazing. Any news on Revenant? Sure, they're butchering it in PvP. Haven't seen what the PvP changes are. It's not a huge PvP player, but overall, Revenant in PvE is going to be looking very happy. Because yeah, Renegade is getting a bunch of changes, which will change how it's empowering your spirits work. It's getting some extra energy regeneration on the trait. I think it's all for one, which potentially might reduce its reliance on charge miss as a trait, which would be good. They'll actually make, if that does have a significant enough benefit, they'll actually make Revenant easier to play. If you want Heal Ren to be a thing, it definitely should be a thing. Yeah, Heal Renegade's getting some changes, which is good. Which is a nice, easy, approachable heal build. There we go.
I've got to go after him. See what is left.
A lot of good stuff for Renegade enjoyers.
I see it. So many dead. So much sacrifice.
I never thought I would see this day. May the gods be praised.
I never thought I'd see us all fighting as one.
I'm with Suwon, hidden underground. You can follow the trail I left. Champion, she wants you here.
You saved the day? We did indeed.
This is a fight.
Let's go process some of this now. Some more Imperial Favor, which is sweet. Oh, it's Condivert getting some changes. Yeah, we'll hold on to all of our luck. A pistol change of Mesmer might be a new bed choice for Condi, but oh yeah, like pistol getting a bunch of buffs. That's cool.
This is fun.
I like that.
This battle will be written about in history books. I can't believe we were a part of it.
That loads us up on a bit more there. Good.
Now this is a find.
Just tidy up all these rando exotics that we've got.
Proper course.
Some junk. There we go.
Goodbye.
And we'll hold on to the luck. Alright, we can probs dip from squad. See if there's another Metatrain. Probably miss Aether Blade Assault. Okay, there might be a new Kainen going off in a moment. In the meantime, I'll go park my character. Nice, I'm going to go stretch my legs now. We'll see everyone in a bit. Sit tight. Why, hello there, everyone. We're currently living in a turbulent time in Guild Wars 2. We have balance patches every few months. We have a new expansion launching next month. Elite specialization weapons are being made available wholesale. Runes are getting turned into relics. Things are changing. But amongst the chaos, something has risen.
God bless us, everyone.
Today, we're covering the wonder that is Condition Harbinger. Welcome back, everyone. With the release of End of Dragons came the new Necromancer Elite Spec Harbinger. And now, with a few balance patches under its belt, it's become one of the premier condition damage builds in the game. Not only that, with the exact same gear, you can run one of the highest damaging quickness builds in the game. Being able to efficiently cover off on 2 endgame rolls with effectively the same build is completely busted. You pick this up and your endgame PvE life is going to get a whole lot easier. It's time, my friends, for condition damage and quickness Harbinger. Once you equip the Harbinger specialization, you'll get access to pistol as a new main hand weapon, new elixir utility skills, as well as having your Death Shroud replaced by Harbinger Shroud. Unlike core Necromancer and Reaper, Harbinger Shroud doesn't act like a second health bar. Here, it doesn't protect you from incoming attacks, and instead gives you access to powerful ranged attacks and mobility skills. With your Grandmaster trait choices, you'll either pulse strike damage, conditions, or quickness to allies while you're in Harbinger Shroud. You'll also inflict yourself with Blight by staying in Shroud or using your new elixir skills. Blight is a bit of a double-edged sword in that it reduces your overall HP the more of it you have. In exchange, several of your skills get more powerful the more stacks of Blight you have. You'll regenerate health based on your total Blight, and various traits will increase your overall damage. So, one focus of your rotation is going to be building up Blight, consuming it to juice up your skills, and then building up your stacks again. In terms of your Harbinger Shroud skills, you have access to Tainted Bolts, which will simply fire bolts of energy that explode on impact and will inflict torment on enemies near your target. Dark Barrage will fire 6 bolts that fan out in front of you, which pierce enemies and inflict torment. Devouring Cut will launch you at your target and damage nearby enemies when you connect. If you use this when you're at or above 5 stacks of Blight, you'll double the damage and inflict torment. Always make sure you use the skill when you're above 5 stacks of Blight. Voracious Arc will cause you to leap to your target and daze enemies near your landing point. Again, when you use this above 5 Blight, you'll double the damage and torment your enemies. Again, always use this above 5 Blight. Vital Jaw will deal some damage, grant you life force for each target struck, and float enemies, which gives a great amount of breakbar damage. All in all, you can think of Harbinger as the glass cannon of the Necromancer Elite specs. You lose the safety of a second health bar in exchange for a ton of extra damage and boon access. Now, for our weapons. For our weapons, we'll be using Pistol and Dagger on one set, with Scepter and Warhorn on our other set. You can think of Pistol Dagger as your more damage focused set, and Scepter Warhorn as more of a utility focused set. A key purpose for Scepter and Warhorn is to help you generate life force, which means you can go into Shroud more often, which will then lead to higher damage overall. If you remove Scepter and Warhorn from this build without some extra way to generate life force, on quite a few encounters you're going to find yourself starved of life force, which is not a good time at all. For Pistol, your Pistol auto attack will simply fire a shot that deals damage, applies torment, and bounces between enemies. Weeping Shots will fire 6 shots and apply both torment and vulnerability. It will also generate life force and pierce through enemies. It's very important not to interrupt this skill so that all 6 shots can be fired off. Vile Blast will fire a dart that inflicts poison, weakness, and stuns foes around your target. You'll also gain life force for each enemy you hit. On Dagger, Deathly Swarm will blind and transfer 2 of your conditions to your target. This is one of your most important skills because it lets you transfer the conditions you inflict on yourself when you use Blood as power, a huge portion of your damage. Enfeebling Blood simply inflicts some bleeding and weakness on enemies in your targeted area. On Scepter, your auto attack will inflict bleeding on each strike, with the third attack in the chain also inflicting poison. Unlike Conti Scourge, you won't really be using the auto attack on Scepter in your main rotation. Grasping Dead will deal some damage, bleed and cripple foes in your targeted area. Devouring Darkness, which is upgraded from Feast of Corruption due to your trait Lingering Curse, will deal damage, corrupt 3 boons to conditions on enemies around your target, inflict torment, and also gain life force. You'll be using this combined with Scepter 2 before and after you enter and exit Shroud from Scepter. This skill in particular is key to you generating life force to sustain your Harbinger Shroud. On Warhorn, Whale of Doom will simply inflict fear on targets in front of you. Very useful if you need some extra break bar damage. Locust Swarm will grant you swiftness and also siphon health from enemies around you and your allies. This skill also generates life force, which is very useful if you find yourself low on life force. While it won't specifically be used as part of your rotation, there's no harm in pressing it off cooldown. Now it's time for our skills. The core skills for both the condition damage and quickness harbinger builds are the same, with the Condi damage build having a bit more flexibility in terms of what skills can be swapped out. For your heal skill, take Elixir of Promise, which will heal you and grant you regeneration. It will also poison enemies in the targeted area and inflict 10 stacks of blight on yourself. This skill is important to maintain blight stacks on you, which enhances your condition damage and health regeneration. When you're above 5 stacks of blight, it will deal extra damage to enemies and the poison will last twice as long. Blood as Power finds its way onto basically any condition damage necromancer build. Here, you will inflict exceptionally long duration bleeding on your target, grant might to nearby allies, and apply torment and bleeding to yourself. This sounds like a pain, but with Dagger 4, you can send these conditions you inflict on yourself back to your target for some extra damage. It's very important that you try and land this Condi transfer. It's a massive chunk of damage, so transfer the conditions as soon as possible and hope that your team doesn't cleanse them from you before you do. Elixir of Anguish will grant you swiftness and quickness, as well as damage and cripple enemies in the targeted area. Like all elixirs, it generates blight stacks from you, which helps you crank your damage. On the quickness build, this will also apply these boons to nearby allies and is one of the 2 ways you can apply quickness outside of Shroud. Signal to Spite might seem odd at first glance on a condition damage build, but when you activate it, you inflict a ton of conditions to your target. Bleeding, blindness, cripple, poison, torment, vulnerability, and weakness. This is a huge spike of conditions and causes your damage to ramp up really quickly. For your elite skill, take Elixir of Ambition. This is an absolutely crazy skill that will apply 5 seconds of every boon in the game to you. On the quickness build, it will also apply them to allies as well. This is an insane level of utility and really helps patch up any missing boons. For enemies, it will inflict bleeding, burning, confusion, poison, and torment on the target area, with the duration being increased when you're above 10 stacks of blight. It will also generate 15. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, nice. We're getting very close to drawing the next round of winners for the We Hype giveaway. So make sure you enter that. They might want to play Power Renegade, they become healers. Oh, Power Renegade's still going to be really, really good. If anything, that's going to be even better than what it is now. Let's grab that. Upgrade that. There we go. Some more bag slots on that tune. Very nice. Let's see if there's a meta popping off. Oh yeah, let's join that. Very good. There we go, loaded in. Okay, let's see where we're at. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So I want to try and tag as many events as possible. That's done. Now we might bounce around. Okay, nice. The squad is filled. Excellent. Go nuke some Brotherhood forces here. Ah!
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Got the elite mob. Where are they? Here we go.
If you don't fear the Brotherhood, I'll give you a reason to.
Yeah, the Blackout meta is one of the best ones to actually farm.
Please, return to your homes, lock your doors, and avoid household appliances powered by Jade batteries.
Yep. Modcheck, welcome in. Is there any place where you can see balance changes for classes over the last few years? Found some build guides, but no idea if they're still viable today. I think your best bet for balance patches over the years, yeah, is going to be the wiki. I just did Guild Wars 2 wiki balance changes. Yeah, this might be the thing to look at. But also, maybe even asking in the, if you're looking at YouTube videos, asking in the comment section is a good shout. If you find them in a place like Snowcrows, snowcrows.com, they will almost certainly be up to date. So you don't have to worry about it too much. Those builds are almost always updated within a few days of a balance change. But any questions about coming back to Guild Wars 2, feel free to shout. Where are we going here? So if you find the same build there, it'll probably be good. Yes. And also, there's such a wide variety of builds available in Guild Wars 2, you don't really need to worry about that much. I finished all Living World stuff a few days ago, catching up on Living World Season 4. Excellent! And what class are you playing? And what build? And currently, oh, your Thief doing a Daredevil with Staff Boat. Oh, well, that would be totally fine. Yep, Staff on Thief is still a really good build. Daredevil also fantastic. Okay, the number of actual like viable and worth knowing builds in Guild Wars 2 is absolutely insane.
If you don't fear the Brotherhood, I'll give you a reason to.
You got an Antiquary Spear build for Raise, but haven't played it yet. Ah, nice. Spear's a very fun weapon. It can be a bit complicated to play, but it's good fun.
Exhilarating!
Cool. This event's starting up in a little bit, which will be good. This one's very good for farming experience. I might as well actually run as many experience buffs as I can. So I'll grab the Chatoyant elixir. Makes cats appear, but it's an insane amount of extra experience from kills. I'll see how I'm doing in terms of any other random boosters, actually. I think I've got a birthday booster running. I might not. It's unacceptable. Now I do. Surprised I didn't have that. How do you get a higher tier of Jadebot item? You can either craft them, which requires the jewelry or jewel craft specialization, or you can just buy them. And then, yeah, you'll just buy one, for the most part. You could buy like a tier 6 one, which would give you all the benefits of being able to slot the various upgrades and stuff. It's just you'll have slightly lower HP. But yeah, the tier 6 is a reasonable alternative. Tier 6, where are we at? There we go. Tier 6 is like less than half the price. And what you can do is you can actually just move the one between your characters using shared inventory slots as well. You can equip the tier 10 on whatever character you want, and then in a shared inventory slot and on every other character just put a tier 1, and then you'll just double click on the tier 1 that's in your shared inventory slots and it'll swap it out with the tier 10, and that way you can then pass the tier 10 between your various characters. That's a way to save some gold. I did that for a time. And then eventually I just kind of worked my way up to getting tier 10s for everything that I felt needed it. But quite often I will just forget. But a lot of builds, unless you have a particular benefit from extra vitality built into your traits. I know Virtuoso is one that actually gets its extra ferocity based on your vitality, so that's actually one where it actually like makes sense to do it. Other ones, it's just a bit of extra HP, so it's not, you know, massively important. It's a nice little extra bonus, but it's not critical. So yeah, you can put that on a lower priority. Like usually if I'm playing a character regularly, that's when I might be like, okay, let's just grab a tier 10 Jadebot core for it. I should play LED need every one you can scrape up. I mean, yeah, Thief is in like a somewhat similar boat to that as well. It's just a nice little bonus to have. But for most builds, it's rarely required. And when I say required, like your build will function just fine without it. It's just some builds get slightly more benefit than others. Better function use. J slivers we got. Enough for a little bit of extra Imperial favour.
Jade is completely corrupted by someone.
Just trying to run around and tag as many things as possible. So that's more experience, and spirit shards for me are among the biggest gates for all of the legendaries I'm working on. Yes, we're getting a lot of jade slivers, which is good. I've got a champion out here. Let's go blast.
Sungjian's speed is back up. Looks like the Ministry of Security is...
It'll be interesting to see how much Imperial Favor we get. I think we'll probably need another meta train after we deal with these next few, and then we should have enough to craft our next legendary.
This is Yao from Junlai Jade, reporting from the Napoli lab. See that big switch to your left?
Look, watching Junlai Jade isn't gonna make me trust anything that a disembodied voice has to say.
I'll explain in a minute, ma'am. I need you to flip...
Where do you find those meta trains? On the LFG. Press Y to bring up the LFG, then looking for group. There's also the event timers page on the wiki here. This will tell you when these various events are popping up and when you should be looking. So here we go, we've got Kaining Blackout, which is the one I'm following now. Then I'd go down to End of Dragons, Kaining City, and it would actually appear in here if they were in the LFG, which they were before. But then I'd just like bounce around between these maps and see if there were groups up. But because it's group filled before, they're not in the LFG. But yeah, so you look at the event timers page, figure out what events are up when. And then yeah, you'll look in the LFG for that particular map and see if there's a group running. If there's not, you can always start one. More often than not, people are just waiting for a commander to bring them into the map. Do you have an Australian server or do you play in NA? I'm playing on EU for the most part, but I play on NA on Wednesdays. Wait, there's only NA and EU. No Australian servers, unfortunately. But fortunately, Guild Wars 2 is a game that actually handles higher ping pretty well.
Still testing the theory. Our corruption is... sentient? Its movements are intentional, thoughtful. I think we can force it out of each sector by locking the corresponding breaker box. We don't have a lot of time. How well do you need...
Do you have characters for each server, or do you transfer? As an AreneNet partner, I can swap servers freely. But before I was an AreneNet partner, I did play 2 accounts. This one was the one that was on EU, and my original account, the one that's got about 10,000 hours on it, that was my NA account. So prior to me being an AreneNet partner, I did have 2 accounts. I still have 2 accounts, I still use it for various things, but yeah, that was how I would play on both servers. There we go. And we should have tagged basically everything now. Yeah, where are we at in terms of spirit shards? 56. We haven't farmed that many spirit shards today. So we don't want to run too far ahead of the NPC, or else they can just bug.
Anyone home? They're everywhere. God, it's no wonder these other cities. The sparks must be coming from the grid. Popping into any tech they find. Find so I can lock down the breaker.
I would say Celestial is good for open world. Most of these guys use Berserkers and stuff for power, but a friend of yours said Celestial is best in the slot. Celestial is really good for certain types of builds. Celestial by its very nature is a jack of all trades, master of none. But yeah, for open world builds in particular, when you really want to solo difficult content like group events, legendary bounties and things like that, Celestial gear is really, really good because you can make a build do reasonable damage whilst also being very tanky. But yeah, you'll mostly run Celestial gear on condition damage builds. Celestial gear doesn't translate well over to power. Works quite well for Condi though. So it's not so much best in slot as it is doing something a bit different. But on quite a few open world builds I will also run Celestial gear. It just depends. It depends like how hard a content I'm looking to actually do. As an open world, all you care about is tagging, not dying, and then being good on champions. For the most part, yeah, they're kind of the most important things. But yeah, depending on the content you might be doing, it might actually be like really good for you to be able to solo really difficult content. Or if you just want to run like one set of gear, like Celestial gear also works very well for builds that provide boons because of the inherent boon duration that it gives you. And boons as well are a very, very good way to tag enemies in open world in a group. Because if you give someone boons in open world, when they kill a mob, you get credit for the kill. So builds that provide boons are also very, very nice in open world just for that, specifically for tagging. And is this a raid? No, this is an open world meta event. Also, you couldn't find the build that you were looking at on Stone Crows. Okay, so what build was it and where'd you find it before? Because yeah, Snow Crows has sections for raid, sections for open world, sections for PvP and world versus world.
I have so many questions. Where are they coming from? Are they...
Oh, it was Deadeye, Condi, Dagger. Okay, that might be maybe a bit of an outdated build. Looked open world wasn't there. Okay, let's check.
We'll lock it down.
Yeah, the open world section is relatively newer and is a bit smaller, but if I went to the raid section, Thief, and looked at Condi, Deadeye. Condi Deadeye is a bit of a weird build because the weapons that it wants to really function well are strange. Yeah, they've got Condition Quickness Deadeye on there. It doesn't necessarily mean that a build isn't viable. It just might be that it's not necessarily best in slot for that particular role. So yeah, there's a Condition Quickness Deadeye in the open world section. I found a YouTube guide by Lord Heisen. Okay, well Heisen's build should be, as long as hasn't been a more updated build on Heisen's channel since then, the build itself will probably still be fine. Hyzen's builds are very much focused on soloing really difficult content, which is not an area that Snowcrow's really bothers specializing in. Their open world sections are more about taking a regular raid build, making as few changes as practical, and then making it, you know, suit open world. That's really what they tend to focus on. Yeah, if it's a Hyzen one, if he hasn't done a more updated one, it's probably fine. Hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate that.
Slice him up and I'll lock down the final break.
And we'll have some mobs out here for us to delete. Just going to try and run around, tag as much as possible while also providing boons. Bless you. Jump on in.
Set them up for the kill.
Okay, where do we have the spirit shards now? Have we gotten any more? No, we're getting there. Okay, almost every legendary I craft, I end back down at 0 spirit shards. Okay, cool. So we've got the final boss going now.
It'll take us right to the power plant.
We should be able to roll into an Echovald Wilds meta after this. Legendaries are expensive. They really are. They're meant to be long-term goals for people to work towards. What I'm currently working on is crafting every single Aurene legendary weapon, so the Enter Dragon's legendaries. So yeah, anything that's grayed out I still need to get. So we've got a lot of the main ones now. Also, before you quit years ago, you made the Dreamer. Nice. It's coming back, your stash is 0 REK. Yeah, so you got a fair amount to get back on top of. Definitely recommend looking into the Wizard's Vault, just doing your dailies, weeklies, any special achievements you can easily get done, because the Astral Claim you get from there is incredibly helpful, because yeah, there's a legendary weapon starter kit there that will give you about 500 to 600 gold worth of components towards crafting any of the legendaries that are in that particular box, which is very, very helpful, and there's a lot of great things for gold there, which yeah, I've made a video just on that. Don't mind all the stuff. Excellent. Now you're on a good spot then. Sorry, a legendary relic may have been sidetracked for like 1.5 years because you create other stuff instead, useful stuff, mind you. No, that's all good. I think legendary relic's actually quite low down the list in terms of things you should be crafting. But you're missing about 1,000 gold worth of stuff for your relic. Ouch. That's right, just keep plugging away at it. You will get there. Too much stuff to craft this new player. Yeah, there really, really is. Once you get like your characters set up though, then you're in a much nicer spot. But yeah, totally understand the gear and requirements. The amount of things you need to craft as a new player is quite extensive. Aurex is really, really cool, especially if you're on a char. The Sylvari. It will still look really, really cool on a Sylvari. Just that on Char in particular, it has really cool effects on the tail. Oh, sigils as well. Sigils I find are very, very useful. Just one of the non-heavy legendary armor sets are kind of meh. I guess it depends on which type of armor set you're going for, because yeah, like the raid armor I'm not the biggest fan of in terms of the medium set. That's why on this account I went for the open world medium armor, whereas I really like the raid light and heavy. Fame, how's it going? Great to see you. Which ranger spec is the no pet one? That will be Soul Beast, because you can merge with your pet. We're mainly missing sigils, runes, and relic to be full legendary. Okay, well you're not like too far away, which is really, really cool. Is map size 50 players? Slightly more than 50. Not sure the exact cap, but 50 is pretty close to it, or you'll start doing overflow maps. Might be, I don't know, 60, 70, it's a little bit hard to tell. How many runes and sigils could you make? 8 sigils and 6 runes, or 7 runes? It's 7 runes, because you have to factor in the Aqua Breather as well. But 8 sigils is correct. Outer, thank you for the follow. Hello from France, hello from Australia. It's great to have you here. Should you sell Mystic Coins to get Griffin? I think that's a totally fine thing to do. Because yeah, getting Griffin now is really, really good. You can always buy the Mystic Coins back later when you need them.
Those sparks. What do you think they are?
Rare and valuable.
Yeah, Aqua weren't sure if it was shared with Normal Helm. No, it's his own independent one. How do you get a Renet partner among your friends and streamers looking to move back to Guild Wars 2 as you approach the Guild Wars 3 release? Might be useful to get a swap between EU and A for collabs. Arenet will periodically open up their applications for their partner program. Keep an eye on their Twitter. That's where they'll usually announce it. And then it will have a link of where to actually apply for when they're... Energy 2, join sub 2 map. And let's join them here. Oh, Q size 4. Damn. See, this map here is absolutely full. But yeah, check their Twitter. There's I believe there's a standing link of where you can do it, but it's best to wait until they actually announce that they are openly looking for applications. Alright, let's see. Q size 5. Yeah, it might actually be a little bit tricky to get into. When is this event actually popping off? Should be in a little bit. We'll travel. Let's check. Yeah. If I ever had a huge drop from meta event like a Frost Legion Infusion, not a significant drop. I guess, yeah, the most significant drop I've got, which I then promptly squandered, was my invisible boots from the Festival of the Four Winds. But then I tried to sell them, got massively undercut, delisted it, insta-sold it, used the gold to buy more little of those, you know, Zephyrite loot boxes, and then lost it all. So, yeah, I did well. Yeah, Festival's not really a meta event in that sense. Yeah, that's why I initially forgot about it, because I don't really class it as a meta event. Outside that, no, the most significant drops I've gotten are like Ghostly Infusions, or maybe you might be able to say I got the Permanent Merchant from a Black Lion chest. That's really kind of it. Is a sigil above relic runes or any specific rule you should go. You kind of want to go relic more to get out of it that way. I generally recommend sigils, then runes, then relic, but there's not really a bad way to go about it. I think sigils are the most impactful thing for actually changing your build. Alcar, welcome in.
Found where the speakers are building their bomb.
Let's check.
Out by the Ultra Mines. Security's light. Could bust up the operation pretty quick.
Frost Legion Infusion. Yeah, depending on the one, you're on 900 gold. It's a lot, but probably not as much as it used to be. Yeah, I think sigils give you the most impact on your build in terms of, you know, gameplay and the changes they bring. Your runes are really just stat batteries, really. They don't offer any noticeable benefit that you're immediately going to see. It's mostly just what kind of stats do you need. Regularly, you won't actually change them that often. And Relic is obviously very impactful to your build, but it's also insanely expensive, and it's only one slot, so it's easy enough just to have a few relics on your character and then swap them around as you need. I really like having the Legendary Relic, but I also got it, you know, when it was free. You never understand why people put such a vastly different price for the same infusion. People always forgetting stat swap. I guess, yeah, because honestly, stat swapping infusions is such a niche activity that I'd wager 99% of the population isn't aware that you can even do it.
We'll need to figure out why.
Yeah, it's a niche application unless you want to save hundreds of gold on a purchase. Yeah, that's very true. But so few people are going to be purchasing infusions from the trading post anyway.
They'll have to be destroyed before we have any hope of harming the ritualists.
She needs backup.
Here, Frost Legion around the same price it is now. Used the cheapest available stat swapped it, saved 150 gold a time. Nice! That's a solid saving. I will have to keep that in mind if I ever do end up purchasing other infusions. But yeah, that's a bit down the track for us. That will honestly be once I'm fully done with all Legendaries. Done. Now we've got the main event.
Wasn't such a feather-brained idea, was it, Zuru?
I still maintain this outcome was improbable, but it seems we have beaten the odds.
What are they doing now?
I don't know.
They're headed to the junkyard. All of them. Speakers of Brotherhood both. Sending everybody they got left.
Then we need to follow. Let's move.
Okay, what are we on now? Let's kill sentries. So I might need to turtle up.
Gang's already dug in. Speakers to the west. Brotherhood.
no idea what's going on, but I'm presuming it is successful.
Stop to the Speaker's rituals. They're retreating.
Might be able to turtle up here. Afaro, what's up, mate? Great to see you.
Maybe we should give them a hand.
Mark out the shield. Plus, I'm thinking as it is, they'll have to keep beating each other up. They're somehow making the corruption here worse.
Cool, go hit. Numi. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. Hope you are as well. Been a nice day of farming various EOD metas and doing map comps. So I'm making some great progress towards eventually making another Gen 3 on this account. And the World Best World Rush every day draws that little bit closer. World Best World Rush is the 21st of July, so not this week, the coming one. I feel like I'm fighting off a bit of a cold at the moment. So hopefully that ends up not being too bad. I just woke up with that today. Just phased instantly. Don't you waste coffee with tea and honey? I might have to, actually. I've been gobbling down lozenges all today. Dungeon Rush as well, that'll also be a good shout to stay topped up on some dungeon currency. Okay, World Boss Rush. Are there any decent rewards for World Boss Rush? Anything noteworthy historically? Hero Infusion? Okay. In that case, yeah, that might be worth doing. So yeah, opted against doing the PvP rush though, because just wasn't really feeling in the right headspace for a bunch of PvP, and also didn't want to just farm it through custom arenas because it ends up being quite dull content, at least on stream. It always feels a bit weird to do it. Fine with it, but it just looks odd. Any recent and the summon you two of the Ascalonian dungeon things, got the thing which have 4k currency for it. Nice. Yeah, I was in the same boat because I'm going to craft 2 Twilights to sell on my Oh no, sell 1 Twilight on account number 3, and yet I didn't have any of the currencies there, so I had to go and actually do enough dungeons to get it. I think this account is also pretty flush, mostly with Mystic Clovers. Or at least Mystic Clovers aren't actually a big gate for me for Legendaries. So I didn't really feel like farming up anymore. I love when all the mace skills refresh once you build up enough stacks of Nature's Vengeance or whatever it is. I only need 10 clovers for Endless Summer? Nice. Remember to actually recall my pet there, or else it will instantly die. Okay, so that is EOD, or Echobar Wilds meta done. So the only one we haven't done today is Sai Tung, just because we had awkward timing for that. So we did from the squad for that.
Listen to me. We all need to work together, or there won't be anything left of Echovald for you.
Now I might actually see how much Imperial Favor we nabbed from that. Okay, welcome in. What should you do first after getting level 80? Great question. First thing I'd honestly recommend doing is gearing up your character, at least in some build-specific exotics, which I've got a guide on how to install there, and also a guide on how to make some gold as a new player to help really streamline that process. Then from there, I would at least continue on with your personal story. The personal story is great to do because it unlocks new maps for you, introduces you to the world of Guild Wars 2 in a much more calm and controlled manner. Also gives you a bunch of mastery points, which are the main progression system after level 80. They give you a whole host of bonuses, and that will just give you also the space to figure out which of the game modes you kind of want to dive into and focus in on. Do you want to do PvE, PvP, world versus world? You can all figure that out while you are working your way through the story. But there really is no wrong choice. Guild Wars 2 is a game that's designed to allow you to really sort of play whatever content you enjoy and still get rewarded in various ways for it. So there's no wrong choice. For PvE, got your eyes on this Twilight Legend. When's a good time to try and get it? Okay, like honestly now's a pretty good time, especially if you keep an eye on the Legendary Starter Kit in the Wizard's Vault. I don't think Twilight's in its current rotation, but if you keep an eye on when that pops up, that will shave about 500-600 gold off the crafting cost for you. But yeah, to get started on that, you want to at least do a little bit of World vs. World, especially next week, when the World vs. World rush comes in. During that time, jump into World vs. World and make sure you have the Gift of Battle reward track selected and checked for repeatable. So you want a little tick next to the infinity symbol. That way you'll get quite a few, well, get a few Gifts of Battle anyway. which will cut down the time you need to craft a legendary significantly. Let's load up some more research notes doing that. Also frees up some extra currency. And here, let's process 132 of them. But you're always working on the story as a new player, especially if you focus on PvE. It's very, very important to do. And thank you for the follow. Because all the mastery points you get for it will help you unlock awesome account-wide benefits. And if you don't do the story, you're going to reach a point where you're just going to be short of the masteries needed to max everything out. Had the game since launch and took some long breaks between the years, but first legendary created was in like 2024. Wow, nice. So Guardian, you still have about 1k PvP and World vs. World potions. Are the rush events a good time to invest them, or should you keep them when you really need something? For you, Swiss, awesome that you've got them. I would hold on to them until you really need something. The World vs. World rush will give you so much progress anyway that using them there is just going to be a bit of a waste. Whereas if you're lucky and your server just instantly captures Stone Mist Castle, you participate in that, you'll instantly complete the achievements that will reward you with 2 reward tracks. So I'd save them until you really need something. I wouldn't burn them now. That's done. Salvage these.
Quite a reward.
I don't think any of the... I don't know if any of the extra bonuses, like the X% reward track gain, impact the potions. I don't know if they do. I'd wager they probably don't. Of course, they're all set on those. Where we go? There.
Accelerate.
I might actually refine my luck. Well, all capped out on wood again. Oh, what I'll also do is compact everything. Not the most efficient thing, but I like to see how much of this we get. Okay, 1,780, so probably another meta train would actually get us everything we need. So that is good. Oh, it's Artificer I need to do this on. I'll hop onto an Artificer and actually refine my luck. I thank you for the hydrate. Sell that off. And I will salvage that. Sell this. And then I'll sell these off. Spotless inventory once again. Okay, let's head over to... Oh, I haven't had function lock turned on the entire time. Alright, I also need to find a character who is in a position to do map comp in Echo of Wild Wilds. I might not get to that today. We'll sort of see how the day goes. Even blitzing the T4 dailies could be really good value. Oh, let's also buy some more of these. We get 15. Arcastor or meta events dead, or you just unlock it with your timings. You might be unlucky with your timings. You may also just need to check on the LFG. And also they are on a schedule as well, so you want to make sure that you are in the maps towards the start of when those meta events pop. You may also need to just tag up yourself if you don't see one. If people see a tag, then you'll be good. It'll be interesting to see if they pick up again after the next patch as well, once more rewards are introduced. But at least in my experience, I haven't had an issue doing them when I felt like doing them. But also, I don't usually end up doing them a lot. And let's refine that. Awesome, well that's doing its thing. I'm going to go stretch my legs. See you all in a few minutes. In this video, we're going to go through 7 tips to farm spirit shards in Guild Wars 2. And this is coming from someone who at this very instant needs 4,500 of them. Hey everyone, my name is Connor and I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for over 13,000 hours over the past 13 years, and in that time I've crafted well over 100 legendaries.
Damn, son!
So I've spent a lot of these last 13 years struggling to keep up with the never-ending demand of spirit shards. That's why in today's video I'm going to run you through how I personally farm spirit shards in order to keep this legendary train chugging along. Now first things first, why would you want to farm spirit shards? If you're crafting legendaries, especially if you're going after having full legendary in every slot, it's often not gold that's a problem, it's spirit shards. Now if you've never crafted a legendary before, you might be sitting on a bunch of spirit shards already. But if you're like me and you're crafting a new legendary every few weeks in a mad rush to try and be full legendary in every slot so you never have to worry about gearing again, you might be completely starved of them. And just looking at legendary weapons alone, it takes around 350 spirit shards to craft a single one. And there have been times where I finished up crafting a legendary where I've had literally 0 spirit shards to my name, which was a truly humbling experience. You can look at this graph of my spirit shards over time and you can see the exact moment where I craft a legendary and yeet all of my spirit shards. And this is made even worse, although I will say this is a very first world problem, by the legendary starter kit in the Wizard's Vault, which if you use all the components to craft a legendary is worth somewhere in the realm of 500 to 600 gold. This opens up the possibility of easily crafting legendaries to sell, which after you do, you're left with more than enough gold to craft the next legendary, but you've got no more spirit shards. So with that out of the way, here is how I've been personally farming spirit shards for these past few years.
And we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
Now first up, at their core, spirit shards are just showing how much experience you've earned. Every time you level up after level 80, so every 254,000 experience, you'll gain a spirit shard. And with the wealth of different experience boosters available, you can speed this up drastically. Now there are loads of other experience boosters that you can check out on the wiki, and you can reach truly absurd levels of experience boost. But here are the ones that I personally run. They're the most accessible and I find they're easy to maintain indefinitely. First, running food and utility will always give you an extra 20% experience from kills for everyone that you use. It doesn't have to be particularly good food, you can get the cheapest stuff possible from the trading post. The bonus experience is exactly the same. A very nice tip is to stock up on soul pastries, which are an obscenely cheap food from the Halloween festival that actually give you an extra 15% experience from kills. These cost basically nothing, so just load up on a stack or 2 of these on your character and you're golden. For utility, for the most part, you're going to be stuck with the 10% experience from kills, which is still very, very nice. However, I will flag you can get the Chatoyant elixir from the trading post, which will give you an extra 20% experience from kills, but with no extra stats. This is around 10 silver a pop for an hour of the buff, so overall it's not too expensive, but if you're running around with this all the time, the cost might add up. So it's there if you want it, but personally I don't run it that much. Another free one to get is the guild experience booster, which if you're part of a guild that has unlocked this boost to its maximum level, this is going to be an extra 10% experience across the board. It's completely free, so make sure you have it. And just by playing the game, completing certain achievements, or maybe getting some freebies from the gem store from time to time, there's a chance you've got some random experience boosters lying around on your characters or in your bank. Try and keep tabs on those for when you're going to be out farming things in open world, or anything that you know is going to be cranking out huge amounts of experience. There are 2 gem store items that are insanely useful when it comes to boosting your experience, and they're going to be the Candy Corn Gobbler and the Snowflake Gobbler, both of which are only available during Halloween and the Winter's Day Festival respectively. And once again, you can convert gold to gems if you want to avoid spending IRL money, but these are 100% worth it. The Candy Corn Gobbler will allow you to consume a certain amount of candy corn, which will grant you a random boost, one of which is the experience booster, which is 50% experience in all game modes 50% extra reward track gain in World vs. World and PvP, and you get bonus experience from kills, which is amazing. And the Snowflake Gobbler will let you consume snowflakes in exchange for either a Winter's Day gift, which you can sell to recoup some of the cost of actually using this, or the Festival Gobbler boost effect, which is an extra 25% experience overall. What I usually tend to do, if I know I'm going to be playing a character for a little while, or honestly in my case, I just tend to go through every single character and eat the cost up front, because I'll buy multiple stacks of candy corn and a few stacks of snowflakes, and then just consume them across all my characters using these gobblers, because then I know every character is going to be rocking an insane amount of experience boosters, which depending on how many materials you consume, is going to last for up to a day. And because I bounce around between different characters so much, I usually only have to apply this to characters every few weeks, so it's really easy. Even though this does cost you some gold up front to buy the candy corn and the snowflakes, this is well worth it for the sheer length of experience boosters you get, and for just how easy it is to maintain this across multiple characters. So when these festivals come around, make sure you pick this up. Next we have the celebration and the birthday boosters. Celebration boosters you can get through various means, but the most common one is completing the weekly in the Wizard's Vault, which will always reward you with one celebration booster. And birthday boosters are given to you on every single one of your characters' birthdays, so the more characters you have, the more birthday boosters you can stock up on. The good thing about the birthday boost in particular is that the bonus... And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, we've just finished refining all of our luck there. So there we go. We now have about 1 and maybe 3/4 stacks. So 1 stack will be used up for our upcoming End of Dragons Legendary. Alright, now I need to find a character who hasn't done map comp. Or do I feel like doing EOD or Echo of Wilds map comp, or will I blast fractals? Might maybe blast some T4s quickly, because that will finish off on a few weeklies. Yeah, let's do that. Just start on regular power DPS. T4 daily need healer. I can heal, I don't overly want to. When the time for all that daily T4, join. Shanti, so many characters. Am I more attached to some than the others? There are definitely some that I do find myself playing more than others. I've got sort of 9 of them set up as somewhat of my main characters in this account. Other ones get used for, you know, various things.
You come back! Tremendous! Let's play another game.
Health increasing! Soften them up! Almost visual acuity! We heal as one! I'm nigh invincible! Stick up!
Ouch.
Rip them up! Health increasing!
What's this? You won't believe your eyes. Truly.
Tear them down!
Big CC. What's the best way to farm for a Gen 3 Legendary? How long would it take from scratch? The best way to generally farm for them is going to be doing meta events in the End of Dragons maps. You need to be doing a bunch of them anyway for the Imperial favor. Okay, let's get the res. Yeah, let someone else get that. You need to be doing a bunch of them for the Imperial favor anyway. You can do map completion for them, and obviously aside from the Imperial Favor, they're just a gold sink. So it's just farming gold in whatever way kind of works best for you. You can farm for a full Gen 3 in a couple of days. Yeah, if you're like really, really efficient at it, you can do that. I find for most players, it's going to be a few weeks. I'd probably say 3 to 4 weeks. How'd that not do it? What's going on here? Okay, there we go.
Such fun! It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah. Perfect. This actually works out well. Mm-hmm.
We heal as one. Breathe deeply. Wear them down. Stick up. Accelerate. Pound it into dust. We heal as one.
Oh, GG. Okay. Let's see here. What else can we do? Now, we'll just assume this will be fine. Shift T, let's turn that on. Shift B, see what our boon uptime is if I need to fix it.
Wear them down.
You come back! Tremendous! Let's play another game.
Exhilarating. Stick up. Infuriate. Such synergy. Clear the air.
Do we not have a lack?
Wear them down.
What's this? You won't believe your eyes. Truly.
I'm definitely not seeing a lack.
Rip them up. I chose you. Feeling ill? Invigorate order part. Pound it into dust.
I see. This is much too easy for you. Let's make it
Set them
more
up for the kill. Unleashed.
marvelous.
I'm going to trust everyone else to deal with that.
Acuity. We heal as one.
This is definitely looking a bit scuffed. Yeah, they missed the big slam.
You've come back. Tremendous. Let's play another game.
6 feet tall. Invigorate. Stick up. Rest them up. I'm nigh invincible.
Go.
You won't believe your eyes. Really?
Do you CC? No, it doesn't. There we go.
Such fun.
That's gone. Let's do the thing of jumping in the air. There we go. There we go, we got it.
What fun! I need a rest. I'll give you this.
I can't go a lack DPS on this character.
I want you to have it. He'll come back soon, and we'll play another game together.
Watch out! Creatures from the beyond! Yoko's here to... Oh, what? You guys already took care of it. Oh. You found a power source. Good. Let me just...
Yeah, this setup is fine.
I think I did that right. I opened the way back. Come on.
Cool, looks like it's there first.
Nice work. Now, let's see here. Looks like that's enough power to open the main portal. Yes! This place is incredible! Wow!
I'll make sure I actually interact with that.
Look at it!
Let's have some of that.
Initialization sequence interrupted. Sorry.
What now?
Alka, thank you for the streak as well. I appreciate that.
Exception 1189.
Obstinate, ungrateful. Reboot!
Reboot completed. Hello again.
Well,
all right, let's do this. Initialization sequence interrupted.
I'm nigh invincible.
Sorry, we need to get his attention somehow.
Possible.
Denial of actuality acknowledged. Solution deemed
See if
ineffective.
everyone knows how to go clockwise.
Forwarding AI
personality feedback to System Architect. System Architect currently logged in. Alert. AI personality feedback.
How are you here? Unimaginable.
And thank you, Alka. I appreciate that.
Oh, buddy. It's okay. We're just here to, you know, stop you. You're literally tearing apart the fabric of the mists.
Enough! Your interfering must cease. Go away.
Back it up.
See? This is the price of your incessant desire to pry into things beyond your understanding. Satisfied? Inconsequential. I'll deal with you myself. Recognize this? Pounding on that dreadful tyrant you mercilessly slaughtered over and over and over again. Stabilizing mechanism reversed. This weapon's full potential is about to become a reality. Set them up for the kill.
Oh, no, don't just run around.
Harness the chaos of interminable space-time.
You don't need to run it that far away. You can just not be directly on the group.
You can't keep a good man down. No alternative. Get out.
DDR stability 80%.
Let's chill there. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh. No, we've got to go again. Okay. Where's... Oh, we're going. There we go.
DDR stability 60%.
Jump in there. Report to the boss. Link to the boss. Push through. Jump. And there we go. Don't bother reviving at this point. Yeah. Oh, hello. That was rough, but we got there.
There's no stopping it.
Attention, diffraction imminent.
What? Who?
This isn't the place for explanations. Quickly.
Sure, orb clockwise there.
Are you the nuisance responsible for destabilizing the fractals? The variables it's created are a headache.
Nuisance? The DDR is a work of a genius.
That was rough, but we did it.
No time.
Is it my Trin? Daily fractals. Oh, it is my Trin. Good. Actually is. Okay, now we're just going to wait until they actually... Oh, someone just literally died because of agony.
What now, Captain? You don't take cannonballs to get out of here alive.
I'm dead either way. Might as well strap in for a decent fight.
You got it. I'll undock the airships.
I'll raise the gangplanks. This is what your curiosity gets you.
Just going to chill here, back out of that. Okay, good. Maybe clear out some of those. Back onto my Trin. Just going to chill out and auto attack. Hey, thank you for the streak as well, Fame. Where's my Trin? Perfect. happens. Yeah, okay, screw it, we're back up. Not gonna worry too much about it. Try and get our friend up. Oh. Aaron, welcome in. Great to see you. Alright, where's my healer? Are you left playing Scrap in this fight? Get 100% lag up time. You can ignore his AoE entirely. That would be nice.
This is what your curiosity
I might even just go here. Yeah. Oh, guess no buff for me. Is there any mechanical benefit to having more than 150 AR? Yes, you do actually get slightly more stats because of, I believe it's the fractal potions here. Like they convert a portion of your agony resistance into more stats. So yeah, there is benefit to it, but a lot of the time it might just be that, you know, say in my case I put +9 agony infusions than anything because it's easier for me to do mentally, and then I've naturally ended up with a bit more. That's quite a common thing to do. I swapped out a little bit too soon there. deal with the sharpshooter. Power res if we can. Need some healing there. Oh, that was rough, but we got there. I might actually just chill on this sort of open world version of the build. Just because then we've got way more survivability for what might be a bit of a sus next fractal.
This is the exit.
No, but look. We found the prisoners. They're forcing
Oh,
them
cool.
alive.
We got stealth. Oh well, we're just going to run. Get on passive. Aussie Ben, how's it going? Great to see you, mate.
I'm nigh invincible.
Shouldn't have walked into that. Leap and leap again. Do we just go in? Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. Don't think, only do. Oh my god. Get him up. There we go. Just cleanse some of these. There we go. Just gonna instantly get nuked from that. Oh cool, I didn't die to that. Sparse, what's up, mate? Great to see you. Oof. Are you trying to get back into the game with 4 years away? You've all class 80 but didn't know what to main. Should you wait until after tomorrow's balance patch before deciding? I mean, the balance patch is not necessarily going to break any builds. I think some are just going to get slightly buffed. So if there's a class that you're thinking of maining, there's no reason why you shouldn't just start playing it now. Sepug, yeah, we're just doing a random T4 daily, and it's a bit cursed. Becoming unconscious, you find that developing highly unfortunate. I'm going pretty well. I'm fighting off a bit of a cold right now, so throat's a little bit worse for wear. But we'll see how we feel after a good night's sleep tonight. But yeah, the balance patch is not too far away, so you'll have your answer real quick. Fighting off 3 hours sleeps on Saturday. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's no good. Sorry to hear that, Sparse. I hope you're able to get some sleep soon. That sounds awful. Were they raised? No, not today. We basically focused on farming EOD metas and doing map completions. Now we're just doing some fractals because it's a convenient thing to do with the time we have left today.
Set them up feeling ill.
It's not a great day after all. Yeah, we made some great progress. We did map comp in Saitung and New Kaineng. Did a full round of all the metas except for Saitung. We've got a bunch of Imperial Favor. We're doing well.
Sorry, Cub. This is not your
Torch next. I think it will be rifle or pistol. I mean, I'm doing great sword on account 3. It's a little bit hard to keep track. I'm mostly just filling out blank spots. Go. Gearing up for the inevitable Condi Woolbender grind, you see. I do just need a bunch more legendaries. We're really just ticking things off now, which is a good spot to be. I wouldn't mind doing some Condi Woolbender at some point. I did enjoy it back when I did it last build. Granted, it was a much more simplified version of the build than probably what you're running. I've been really enjoying Untamed lately. We're honestly just running the open world traits here, the carnivore traits, because yeah, it was quite scuffed before. So to Y, we will exit. Pretty good, all things considered. I think next Saturday may be squad time again, how it looks. Yeah, I think so. I think it was the 19th is what we penciled in as the kickoff day, which I'm excited for. I'm looking forward to doing some killer CM.
Quite a reward.
I have to suss out exactly what build I feel like playing for that. Either way, I can just suss it out. Oh damn, that's quite a lot of trinkets actually. I could actually process some of my rings. Look at that, an actual Althea's ashes. Okay, we'll sell anything that's not infused.
I'll be on my way. Quite a reward.
Okay, now let's get everything else out. Let's actually process it all. So we can clear up that entire bank tab. Alright, so I think I have, that should be 11 rings. If DPS burst is viable power DPS, some range builds may be helpful. Amalgam, Ritualist, Blazeborn, Power Vert, Gale Shot. I wouldn't mind some Gale Shot, actually. Gale Shot would be good fun. I mean, Vert's always good as well. Bag Wars, everyone plays it. Fortunately, I am an absolute aficionado of Bag Wars. If boon DPS, big boon volume, even without boon heal presence, stun breaks and stabbers. Okay. Oh, and yeah, some Power Vert will be really, really good, because, yeah, I can just slot Blink. ADPS Lumia I've also been having a good time with as well, actually. So, yeah, I got some flexibility there. Let's get 11 of these. I'm also going to need... How many Ascended Salvage Kits do I have? I got one there. Let's see if I got any more in the bank. I don't think so, so I'll just need a stack of 10. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 of these. Okay.
Find everything you need here.
Oh, I didn't need to buy 2. Refill. Forge. Do that instead.
Now this is a find.
I'm just attuning all of these, giving them extra infusion slots. I will get more gold when I salvage them.
Melissa aid you.
Okay, they are all done. And let's salvage everything.
This is a find.
7. We'll kind of see how many we get. That was a pretty good run.
Now this is a find.
See how much those would go for. I probably won't sell them. But yeah, that would have gone for about 30 gold, me doing that, which is good. It basically turns thereabouts 10 gold in terms of the salvage kits into 30 gold. So that's quite good. But I'll hold on to them because I will need them for more EOD legendaries. Saves me having to buy them back. Everything else here can simply be sold. Nice, we'll process everything else.
This is a find.
And I might even just sell off a stack or two of that. So that's just taking up space. Right, this can be sold as well. And you can be sold. So I'm going to actually buy these. It's interesting.
Threshold achieved.
Might process all of these. See where we're sitting at in terms of ectos.
Quite a reward.
Oh, I don't have that one. What's my FPS like tanking this area? Okay, might actually be fine.
Now I shall break you.
Are we capped on Mithril, are we? Might be. We'll just flog off a few stacks. Extra gold, okay. Now we'll see where we're at in terms of just finishing off the weekly quickly. Weekly, Beheem jumping puzzle, and do a quick gathering round. Okay, so let's do Beheem quickly. Job done. Oh, someone just died there. Okay, let's see if there's a... Can I just hide Nexus? Oh, it doesn't hide Arc DPS. Oh, it's fine. Or should be. I can at least hide that. See if there's a full home. Pass, glow, good. It's not the Castoran one. So I can't harvest those. Let's close it. I better actually turn on the thing. It shows me all interactable items. There we go, that's better. Volatile. Not amazing for volatile, but that's fine. Hearthstone is just better than the new Homestead, in my opinion, just facts. I much prefer it. I like how much more neatly it's laid out. I always find it annoying trying to find where the mining nodes are in the new one. And if I need any more gather, I can always just do a flax farm or two.
Quite a reward.
I need more Mystic Forge Stones to forge Salvage Kit. Oof, that's unfortunate. Yes, whereas in this homestead it's very clear where everything is. It's all very accessible. From a design perspective, the new one's cool. But yeah, I just find it a bit too big.
Quite a reward.
Might be one of the things we work on after we are done with all of our legendaries, is actually, you know, fully upgrading our homestead with all the nodes. It's something I've neglected doing.
Now this is a find.
Should be the remaining daily done. That one should be close to done. Yeah, we should definitely get it done. Good thing about finding a full home instance, a full homestead. You just always get the gathering weekly done.
Quite a reward.
What sort of unbreakable tools are you using? I'm using the fairy dust harvesting ones. They've got the volatile glyph in them. Because yeah, volatile magic is always a very helpful currency to have.
Rare and valuable.
Let's relist it there. Why is it valuable? Because you can exchange it for trophy shipments in the Living World Season 4 maps, which you can get Tier 5 and Tier 6 materials from. As a general rule, all the volatile glyphs are usually your best in slot. If there are some niche instances where others are better, but just on the whole, they are very good. Newman, welcome in. How's it going? And Namsol, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's just go pick some good stuff from our weekly rewards there. Delete those. Alright. I'll pick up some stuff from the TP here. Not too much. Okay, so let's see what is good. I don't think there's necessarily too much we can do for gold. Off to do your weekly Janthea convergence to the unstable rift motivation. Nice. Excellent. The Springer skin would be nice. I can also get that down the track. This is like the only other thing I'm kind of keeping an eye on. These are also good. Revive orbs are good. Yeah, maybe I might do these. Just get them off my plate. Get some more of those. Because yeah, I have them in my shared inventory slots. I don't really use them, or the instances where I use them are so infrequent that it doesn't really matter. Then these can get socked away for when I need them. Okay. Ooh, see what else we need to craft. I don't know, Aurene's argument or something. Take a look at where we're sitting for that now. So crafting. Think about coming back to the game after 3 months break. Still played in your weekly raid. Felt you were doing too much of the same every while you played. That is totally fine, and also if you're feeling like that, that is a good point to take a break and do something else. And then you can come back actually refreshed. Okay, we'll see how much that wants in terms of gold once it updates. Come on. Okay, there we go. 773 gold. I can lop off 1,000 Imperial Favor, so I need 720 more Imperial Favor. I can lop off 50 Spirit Shards because I will buy the Precursor. So I need 165 more Spirit Shards. Gift of Battle, which I'll get next week. Other than that, it's just a boatload of materials. So it's literally only those that are ever the problem. But yeah, that's coming along. Captain Kerbo, you're thinking about buying Soto and getting a new character, but the expansion base version doesn't come with a slot. You have 3 level 20 ults you haven't touched in years. Is it okay to delete one, or are the birthday gifts too valuable? Depends on how old they are. If they're quite old, I'd actually just keep them for the birthday gifts. But if they're, I don't know, less than a year or 2 old, then you could, I don't know, maybe delete them. As a rule of thumb, it's never good to... delete characters. 3 to 4 years old, sort of in the midpoint. I'd probably hold on to them, and honestly, at that point, I'd probably buy a character slot. And potentially what you could do, only Deluxe or Ultimate Edition gives character slot. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, you can either buy the edition that comes with a character slot, or you can buy the one that comes with gems, then you can use said gems for the character slot, or just buy a character slot. That's probably what I'd recommend, because yeah, those are kind of at the point where birthday gifts actually start being reasonably valuable. So I'd probably hold off on deleting those. Once you collect the metabolic and utility promise with Vault, when's the best time to use them? Alcar saying well vs world to long metas riff mega meta run. Yeah, they're always good there. Is there a vendor in the game that allows you to trade Fragment of Prismatic Light for Fragment of Prismatic Fire? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. Broken, thank you for the follow. Alright, let's take a look. See who else is online today. Might head on out to Simply Franny today. We will in a moment. We'll just wait until they come back. Oh, perfect. Literally they're back now. Nice. Awesome. Let us go and tee that up. Rightio. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us this evening. It has been really, really fun. We have made exceptional progress towards crafting our next Aurene Legendary on this account. So we just need to do another map completion in Echovard Wilds, which we can take care of. We'll see if we end up taking care of that on Wednesday or if we end up doing the Dungeon Rush stuff. So we shall see what we feel like. But yeah, it was very fun tonight. And yeah, we've got the balance patch coming this Wednesday, which is when we will be back. Tuesday for everyone else, Wednesday for me, joys the Australian time zone. So yeah, looking forward to trying out all the new things there. I'm super keen to see what Deadeye is like with the new Shadow Step being baked into Deadeye's mark. I'm super keen for that, as well as changes to Renegade. Bladesworn's getting a huge rework. That's going to be a very fun time. Lots to look forward to this coming Wednesday. And yeah, I hope you all have a great start to your week. And yeah, I'll catch you all on Wednesday. Looking forward to seeing everyone. Gonna go rest, see if we can fight off this cold that is just bearing down on us. But hopefully we can come back stronger than ever on Wednesday. We'll see you all soon, and cheers. Now there is a time for complicated and sweaty DPS rotations, and then there is a time for sitting back and pressing 3. So let's dive in with one of the most relaxing DPS builds in Guild Wars 2, Pistol Thief. Welcome back everyone. Pistol Thief is one of the easiest to play DPS builds in all of Guild Wars 2, and despite the need to press hardly any buttons, it actually does a surprising amount of DPS. Now most full DPS builds in Guild Wars 2 will do somewhere over 40k at their absolute maximum. We're not going to be reaching that, but getting above 30k is easily achievable, and that is enough for you to clear almost all areas of Guild Wars 2 endgame. And another unexpected benefit, the fact that this build is so easy to play means that it's very hard to mess up. There have even been times where I've found myself at the very top of the DPS charts, all while playing a build where I can literally spin around on my chair while I play. But there is more that you can do with this build, so I'm going to be